Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go ahead and get started with the next panel, Accelerating Change Aviation, Major General Claire Gill, PAE Maneuver Air, with his teammate, Brigadier General Anthony Gibbs, CPE Autonomy, and his cadre.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Claire Gill, as our narrator just mentioned. You probably, if you've been paying any attention to the briefs this week, have heard a lot about portfolio acquisition executives, capability portfolio executives. So that lexicon should be coming into, what you're routinely hearing about. That's my day job now. My night job is still the CG of the Aviation Center and the branch chief. As we talk, I'm going to talk specifically about Army aviation, but I don't ever talk about Army aviation without having a ground maneuverist sitting next to me. And in this case, I'm actually talking over here about Scott Shaw, who's from the Maneuver Center. It's kind of, it echoes sort of aimlessly if we don't talk about what Army aviation does for the Army, if we don't have the rest of the Army with us talking about what they need. And over the last year, without a doubt, everybody is familiar with the Army Transformation Initiative and continuous transformation in contact. I think I got that word in there 3 times in one sentence. We are making a lot of moves right now. If General Hodney was up here, he would say it's not about change because change is insufficient. This is about transforming our Army for the future, for the next. Yes, we've learned a lot about the past. I'm very proud of what the aviation community has done as combined arms maneuverists. But what we did will be, certainly adaptable to the future, but we certainly can't sort of hearken on that and continue to do the same thing and think that we're going to get a different effect on the backside. So I just wanted to open up with that. So this is really going to be talking about the enterprise and how we're changing, particularly our acquisition enterprise, right? So the Secretary of War pulled all the acquisition professionals together back in October, and the Army was the first out of the gate in terms of implementing the portfolio acquisitions to ensure that we're agile, adaptive, and moving at the speed of relevance, moving at the speed of where we see the future going. So let me start with just a little bit about what's happening inside the branch and inside the structure of T2COM, right? So T2COM is it's not just TRADOC and AFC smashed together. It's a different command. Within that, we've been directed to transform our structures. And so what you used to remember and probably work with the CDIDs, the Capability Integration Directorates, now are the TIDs, the Transformation Integration Directors. Further, we have also teamed up with our Future Capability Directorates. That's under General McCurry's Future Concepts Command. So we're still working inside of those things, but that's changed a little bit. So inside the center, in the TID, and over here I got Colonel James Brandt. He's going to be our future lesson learned manager. Inside the TID is our .D, so our doctrinal organization, our OPFD, so that's our personnel and force development folks, and then our lesson learned managers. Hopefully you've heard a lot this week about how we're taking input from the force and bringing that into the centers, taking a .mil PF perspective across things, and then delivering that back to the Army. And we're going to do that through something called Project Victor, which is going to be an AI-enabled database that's taken in things that are happening out in the field, but also queryable by the field, right? So we want this sort of rapid adaptation where we can change our programs of instruction, we can change our doctrine at the speed of what's happening out there, as technology is moving. And I think everybody here understands that there is a very up and right chart in terms of how tech is changing almost weekly, and we're seeing it throughout the world, and frankly now we're doing it with Epic Fury. So we think that this PAE structure is going to allow us to do that. If you're not familiar with it, 3 of the PAEs, the portfolio acquisition executives, are center commanders, and 3 of them are acquisition experts, all underpinned the other way if you flip it. So if the leader is an acquisition expert, it's going to have a center. I will say, for those of us that are not acquisition experts, have not had a career of doing this. We lean very heavily, rightly as you would expect, on those that have. And, of course, they have the acquisition authorities. That has not been transferred to operator folks. Okay, so you're going to hear a lot about, a little bit of success about what's happening in the world right now, and that's informing what we're bringing back into our formations. Real quickly, some of the big rocks that are happening in aviation. I think everybody's tracking the MB-75 is moving very quickly. Our Secretary has accelerated. That's one of the, if you went to the UNDRS discussion yesterday, one of the Army's top 5, big 5, if you will. The unmanned space, also on a meteoric rise right now. If you have a chance, I would encourage you, over my right shoulder to your left front is a demonstration right behind this wall of the UAS marketplace. We're very excited about the rollout of that. Think Amazon-like. It's actually being powered by Amazon Web Services, where you can go in, whether you're a soldier in the field or whether you're industry, and look at either what is available and buy it, or you can go in and put your offering on there. You got to go into sam.gov, you got to get an account and all that stuff. But once you're up and running, you can put your capability there. Then soldiers can go in, they can buy it. They can look at it, they can write reviews on it, they can see what's having success, they can see what the most popular new whatever UASX is. And as they operate it, you can see who's buying it. You can see the rating. So the same way that you would rate a towel rack on Amazon and give it 4 or 5 stars, folks can do that. And you can see what else is being offered, right? And so the greatness of that is it's going to drive competition. It's going to drive the best of breed. It's going to drive pricing the way we want it to go. So we're very excited about what's happening. Another thing that's happening, one of the things that folks get frustrated in our community with is how long it takes to get something not only into production, but then once we talk about through that sort of R&D phase, getting airworthiness. And so we've been working really hard with our teammates over in Army Material Command, the AMCOM, and SRD to accelerate how we're doing airworthiness releases. And so we're pretty excited about that. Okay. That's enough for me. I'll jump in if there's something relevant, but you really want to hear from the experts. So this morning I'm joined by Brigadier General Tony Gibbs. He's the Capability Portfolio Executive for Mission Autonomy out of Fort Belvoir. Mr. Rodney Davis, also a Capability Portfolio Executive for Aviation, so he's right here in Huntsville, Alabama. Colonel Scott Shaw, as I mentioned, repping the maneuver on the ground formations. He's the TID the TID director over at the Maneuver Center, and then Colonel James Brandt at the Aviation TID. He's going to be our lesson learned manager. So with that, I want to leave opening comments for all of you. Tony, I'm going to let you kick it off.
Thank you, sir. So if you're not familiar with CPE Mission Autonomy, we actually just stood the organization up, did an activation ceremony at the end of February. So just kicking things off. So we are headquartered at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, but we have elements up in Warren, Michigan, Picatinny Arsenal, Aberdeen Proving Ground, and then some down at Belvoir as well. Pulled in pieces from PO's ground combat systems, CS and CSS, and Soldier, and also a pretty sizable team from the Rapid Capabilities and Critical Technologies Office. So that is our new team. We are still building it, but we are moving out fast. So our requirements are driven really by a new document. It's a characteristics of need statement, still in development. It's in staffing right now, called the Autonomous Unmanned System Characteristics of Need Statement, or AutonomyCon is what we call it. So that document, it really defines how we see platform, payload, and mission autonomy. But more importantly, it prioritizes the effort that we're going to be focused on. My organization is both hardware and software focused, but really the focus that we're taking is not platform centric. It is system of system focused. So bringing packages of capability together to solve Army problems. That includes the networking capability, the software, the mission planning and management tools, and cross-cutting algorithms, which is really what we need to get to this thing we call mission autonomy. So back to the AutonomyCon and the LOEs that the Army has prioritized us on. It's really 5 big things. First of all, it's launched effects. So launched effects is not in my portfolio. It's in Rodney's portfolio. But I see myself as a supporting effort to bring in collaborative autonomy to launched effects, but also integrating those with the ground formation. The second one is engineering operations. Really encompasses 3 things. The big one, is breaching operations. So that's one of the things we're working first. But there's also counter mobility, terrain shaping obstacles, and survivability in that bucket. The third one is resupply. So resupply really from the division level on down to the last tactical mile. So we do have some efforts already in progress. You may be tracking the autonomous transport vehicle system, which is, we're already in the process of putting autonomy stacks on a portion of the Army's existing truck fleet. Next is CASEVAC, so unmanned CASEVAC, really last tactical mile back to the brigade level is where we're focused there. And then the final one is fires. And for fires, the approach we're taking is really just connecting the systems that we already have out there in our formations. It's fielding a lot of the capabilities that we've been demoing for a number of years to include aided target recognition, call for fire algorithms to tee up the optimal weapon target pairing, and actually put that into our formations and scale it across the Army. So we support not just PAE maneuver air where we're aligned now, but all of the PAEs. They're use cases for mission autonomy in all of the warfighting functions. So that is my biggest job, is staying tied in with all of the PAEs and advancing their requirements and working closely. So in some cases I work as a priority effort. So I am the lead effort on a problem set. In some, I am a supporting effort on that problem set. Terrain shaping obstacles is one in particular. So PAE, AS&A is lead on terrain shaping obstacles, but I will provide the platform and the networking capability to actually provide that full package of capability. I want to highlight PBAS. So PBAS is the Army's new first-person view drone program. So that is one of the platforms that we do have in our formation, and we're moving very quickly on that. We just fielded to the 75th Ranger Regiment, and we're working to expand that more broadly across the Army. So excited about that, that particular program. I want to highlight what we're doing differently. Again, we're not just platform focused, we're system of system focused. So bringing packages of capability together to solve problems. We just did an industry day last week. Highlighted two missions. The first is engineering operations focused on breaching. Very complex operation, but from the ISR phase through secure, obscure, suppress, reduce, and assault the objective. That brings in UAS, it brings in unmanned ground vehicles, multiple payloads, the networking and the mission planning tools to carry out that full operation from end to end autonomously. Same thing on the logistics side. Finally, we are moving very fast. I mentioned the industry day. We're kicking off those two initial efforts. We also have other upcoming efforts this year to include terrain shaping obstacle support, also looking at last tactical mile, as well as unmanned CASEVAC. So that.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Rodney Davis, CPE for Aviation. So just to introduce you to who we are. So we are the old PEO Aviation with some new elements added in, right? So aircraft survivability equipment was already here in Huntsville. They joined the team along with Air Warrior, right? So they're all part of this umbrella now that we call CPE Aviation, right? And so again, the PAE construct has really helped us to really flatten our communications and work with our teammates. So General Gill does a really great job orchestrating all the elements of the PAE, right? And we really feel enabled by the people who would support us to make that all happen. So, I want to just do a quick shout out to my friends at ACC Redstone Arsenal, Jeff Caldwell, Michael Owens back here, right? Some of the things I'm going to talk about are really dependent on what he does, right? So, we don't contract for things, ACC does, but this organization, this construct has allowed us to move a lot faster than we have in the past, right? And also I want to call out the risk tolerance that the current, the leadership in the Army is providing for us. Right, we're probably as risk tolerant as we've ever been. There's a real opportunity to move fast and make changes and and really get after getting capability in the hands of soldiers quicker. And between us, and lining up the acquisition authorities, the requirement, and the funding, we can make things happen. And we make that happen through Redstone Arsenal. And Jeff Caldwell has been a great teammate in making that happen. And I'll give you a couple great examples of that here in a second. Maybe I'll just lead into the first one. So that the drone marketplace, like General Gill called, is right behind you. So you can see the demonstration of that. We sat out here in September, with our very first industry day on the marketplace. And today it's in place. We have vendors on contract. And Jeff and his team have a very short window to get people on contract. They've been able to do that. We can leverage contracts very quickly. And I'll give you an example from CENTCOM. We had a requirement to provide some lethal launched effect capability. Right, we got on contract within 3 days for about $150 million. Right, and then from there we were able to get our first delivery of something that would go boom in about 10 days. Right, which is tremendously quick for us, right? So able to get a concept, get them on contract and execute and have delivery that quickly is almost unheard of in the old way of doing business, right? So we are really transforming how we work and taking advantage of all the authorities that we have, from contracting to acquisition authorities, to be, more relevant and really move quickly. The other one is just kind of tied to that is drone dominance. Again, we have looking at it a couple different ways. I think the marketplace is a great way for us to bring industry to one place for soldiers to pick what they need. Right, part of our task is to scale the industrial base, and I think industry is responding really well to our calls for systems to get on the marketplace. Right, I think we see more and more competition every day. Right, and the number of systems that we're going to put in the marketplace is incredible. I think from where we've gone from 3 or 4 years ago to today is it's tremendously different with a focus on drone dominance. And industry is responding to that really well, and we appreciate that. Getting capability delivered. Right. Again, I think able to deliver something within 10 days is amazing, and industries make that happen based on the demand signal we're giving. So a lot of what we do is trying to send good demand signal, and I think the marketplaces allow us to do that. And it's also changed our mindset of how we do acquisition, right? In the old days, we would have down selected to 1 or 2 systems. We would have tried to field the Army with the same system that would have been obsolete within 2 or 3 years, right? And we're not doing that today, right? We're really going back for continuous competition. You're not waiting for us to come out and say, hey, here's the next tranche, right? Go ahead and put your equipment in the marketplace, and soldiers can pick from that today, right? They're making best value determinations for what best meets their needs and their mission sets, and not looking at the acquisition world to just give them one size fits all, right? Which is pretty amazing. We want commanders to have options, and that marketplace concept is really allowing us to do that. And really, the other piece of that is getting real-time feedback. So one of the things I like about the marketplace, unlike Amazon, if you go out, if you want to buy something, you look at the 1-star reviews and see if you can live with the 1-star reviews, right? A lot of times, 1-star reviews, my shipping wasn't in 2 days, right? It took 7. So it's a great thing, but I gave it a really bad review. And I think in our world, the team of experts behind the marketplace from PM-UAS can really evaluate those ratings and make sure they're really applicable to the system, and make sure that we're providing real feedback to soldiers that's useful, right? Because again, the feedback helps industry make a better product. It also helps soldiers make better choices. So we're here to do that. And the final thing I say about like MV-75, right? It is a huge priority in the Army today. And Jeff Paquette and Jason Lucas and that team are really working hard to bring that to the left, right? So again, bring in, how do I get capability sooner? And Jeff and that team are doing that along with our friends from ACC, right? So the Army's putting resources behind it, and we are putting the manpower behind it to make that happen. So again, kudos to the team, but PEO or CPE Aviation, we are trying to transform how we operate and use those authorities to move quickly to deliver capability to soldiers.
Hey, good morning. I'm Scott Shaw. Like General Gill said, I'm the director of the Maneuver TID. A brand new formation stood up on the 1st of October with the startup date. T2Com did as well, and Futures and Concepts Command, not Futures and Concepts Center, and the Combined Arms Command. So all 4 of those organizations and the other 9 TIDs stood up same day. So what's a TID do? A TID is your Transformation Integration Directorate, like General Gill said, comprised of your doctrine, organization, and training directorate, so the former DOTs that are in all the COEs, the transformation and lessons learned managers, which in most cases were your ACMs, your Army Capability Managers, and then a force management shop. Those are the 3 core CORE organizations that are inside of a TID. I'm a former seated director. I spent 2 years at the Maneuver Center as the Maneuver seated director, partnered with General Gill and the Aviation Center, and Josh Ruiz-Sanchez and Josh Higgins, both good wingmen there. If you're confused about what an FCD and a TID does, there was a panel yesterday, same one up here, with General Baker, General Anderson, Chuck Rohde from the Fire Center, and me. You can watch that one, or you can see me afterward. I've got an unclassified slide that I'll hand to you. It shows what an FCD does on one side and a TID does on the other. So what a TID does do in .mil PFP and what the Maneuver TID does. Doctrine. So Mobile Brigade Combat Team Handbook, which will turn into an ATP next year, and it'll turn into doctrine, either an IA, MA, and SBCT piece of doctrine in the following year. That Mobile Brigade Combat Team Handbook was started in about June. The FDU was approved by the chief in June. E-date for the first MBCTs in September. Sent it out for worldwide staffing. It's on the street right now. Matter of fact, I had it on hand with 382 last week at JRTC and handed a copy to the brigade commander in Dar Alam on Saturday. Also, SUAS, both gunnery manual and the how to fly manual, for lack of a better word, there inside of our DOT. Organization-wise, what we do with the Aviation Center is how do we organize ourselves for combat. Inside of DOT Mill PFP, organization is the fastest thing, right? That fast I task organize either for purpose or move some stuff around. And that's what we do with the Mobile Brigade Combat Team. So your TIDs are doing organization, both advice to commanders and press and send on the FDU to CAC, which goes to the department for approval. In the training space at the Maneuver Center, training 11s and 19s on how to fly UAS, not specifically the UAS, but how to generically fly them. And there is some how to fly it like this one or that one or the other one. But training those operators on what to do with UASs, right? You can't just hand a javelin to a random soldier and say, here, go use this thing. Same thing, there's some principles about UASs where you should and shouldn't fly them, how you can or can't fly them, what they can and can't do, and you just can't give it to somebody and say, here, go knock yourself out. That's really not very productive. Also, the Robotic and Autonomous Systems Leader Training Course and the Robotic and Autonomous Systems Master Trainer Course. Those are new courses at Fort Benning that are in their toddlerdom. I mean, not pilots, but they're moving along and changing because that space changes a lot. Also, the Reconnaissance and Security Leaders Course, the RSLIC course, have made changes to that in the last 6 months. First pilot was in January, so MFRC leaders from across the force have attended that. I think there were 40 students. There were 75 assistant instructors from across the force, both from different organizations that have MFRCs and TILMs and DOTs from across the COEs to say, hey, this is what we saw. In terms of leader development, same kind of thing. I'll leave the material spaces to the material folks. But leader development is doing the exact same thing. So changes to the infantry basic officer leaders course, infantry captain's career course. We did split those two in half from the maneuver captain's career course to the ICCC and the ACCC. That's going to be in a pilot here pretty quick. And then finally, what your TIDs do is some policy work too inside of airspace management. Have some folks down with John Sandor and that team from CAC literally this week at the Airspace Management TTX down at Hurlbut with AVCO partners and FIRES partners, et cetera. So that's what your TIDs do. And I don't mean to be pejorative, there's some indoor cat, outdoor cat kind of things. Your TILMs are outdoor cats. FCD guys, mostly indoor cats. We'll drag folks along with them. But that's what a TID does, and I am indeed the Maneuver TID Director and look forward to your questions here in a bit.
Hi, I'm James Brandt. Thanks, Scott, for a nice cat dragging analogy there. It really helped me get a good sense of humor going on here. So he really has outlined what the TID has done, and I think it's important for us to just highlight that this organization does accelerate the pace that we're integrating capability into the force, and it's doing that through, all the framework of .mil PF with a little m as we talk about that, and it allows us to build that organizational structure or the training in pace alongside what you're doing in industry, right? Sometimes the material solution will drive how we decide to adopt something, and sometimes we have a capability requirement and we're asking you to build it. So let's use the MV-75 as an example. That decision's been made. It's a fantastic capability that's coming, piece of technology. What are we doing to get ahead of it? We created something called an operational development team so that we can learn alongside of it and develop the doctrine, if you will, because it goes further and faster, and so it changes the nature of how we do certain things, as well as the organization and what training. We learn the maintenance techniques along the way so that we can accelerate the pace from when it's finally finished to where it can actually be operational in a unit, hopefully on day one when it gets there. So another piece about the TID is that we have the TILM and DOTD and so on. Since I'm the TILM manager, I'll just talk briefly about that. We have all the portfolios, and aviation is much more material-centric, right, in the past. And so the TILM itself should be sort of platform agnostic, not just managing those portfolios, but also gathering lessons from the force, what is working and what isn't working. So we're the direct input from the brigade level, aviation brigades, and we work in parallel, right, with the Maneuver Center of Excellence, right, to understand things like UAS and the boundary between maybe the small PBAS systems and the brigade level UAS is going. And we work constantly. I've been up there 2 times already to Fort Benning in just the last month, coordinating with my counterparts to make sure that we can kind of define our lanes and coordinate our efforts. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to General Gill. Sir, thanks.
Okay, thanks, James. I got a couple softball questions here about what are challenges and success kind of things, but I think the 2 TID directors and TLM manager brought up something about, naturally there are gaps and seams. I mean, each of us does something slightly different, and that can be said across the Army, right? So we have 6 different portfolio acquisition executives that look at different problems. But if you were to see some of our charts, there's sort of concentric circles with just more circles around them where there's overlap, right? And when there's overlap, it's like, well, is that your job or is that my job? And so I'm going to ask you guys maybe to address, how do we, and this might come back to you guys in the CPE, how do we address when it's like, is that a fires aspect or is that an aviation aspect? Is that that's a small UAS, that's probably brigade and below, let's put that on the maneuver center, versus it's something that looks a little more aviation like an airplane and we want to manage that in the aviation portfolio?
I talk more to Sean O'Keefe, the TID director at Aviation, than I do almost to my spouse. Like, Sean and I are the pig at breakfast. We're committed. We're not the chicken, right? We're not interested. So every single day, Sean's on leave right now. I mean, this is how tight that we are. Sean's on leave right now. I know where he's at. And he and I were still trading teams yesterday. We haven't texted today because we're not teenagers. But like constant talk to our aviation counterparts. I sat down more with the 150 and 140 at JRTC than I did with the brigade commander, with a peer, another infantry officer. So, I mean, it is constant communication with us and the Aviation Center, like James said, at the TILM to TILM, TID director to TID director. I would imagine the same thing with the FCD director to the FCD director, and I know for a fact it is because I see General Tooley's calendar, with General Tooley and General Gill, right? I mean, and the same thing I would imagine with General Denemy and General Gibbs and the aviation folks. So it is a near constant talk with us, figuring out who the decision maker is on something. General Gill and I were having a conversation about airspace management in the back before we even started. And sorry, I apologize if I threw you off your game, but I had something important I wanted to get off my soul, and how that works, because it's hard, right? Managing airspace is not easy, and an infantry officer saying that should give all of you like some. You should go, wow, this guy actually gets it, because it's hard. It is really, really hard. And people go, oh, the Ukrainians, they don't have to worry about the same stuff we do. So, sir, I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. I'm actually glad he brought up that little vignette about he brought the conversation to me about airspace. And if that doesn't say that, like, we are completely thinking about the problems and the challenges and the fixes, I don't know what it is. So I appreciate that. Let me throw a little, so I want to talk about the Valley of Death. So as a non-card carrying acquisition professional, but I literally slept at a Holiday Inn last night. So constantly when I'm talking to industry, they ask me, like, how do we get from research and development, S&T, over that hump? How do we mature the capability? You're going to hear TRL levels and stuff like that. But how do we get something into production where if I'm the industry manufacturer, I want to hire people, I want to set up a production line, I want to scale it, but I need an indicator. Like, I'm not just going to do it because you said it was a good idea. I need to know that you're going to help me fix this problem together. How do we get over that?
So that's a great question, and I think to answer that you have to look back at the last couple of years. So we've been doing TIC for about 2 years now, and so we've got a lot of bottoms-up innovation. Almost every unit has their own innovation cell. If you go out to the 101st, they got their raid cell making their own UAS. 18th Airborne Corps Innovation Cell recently stood up the JIOP. We've been putting a lot of capability out into formations and doing experimentation, prototyping. I would say we have not been doing a good job of figuring out what our learning demands are. How are we going to evaluate these things that we're looking at? And so we're really putting a lot of effort into doing that differently as we put new capability out there. figure out the learning demands, the measures of effectiveness, measures of performance, so that after that experimentation phase, we can actually have a good discussion about should this translate into a requirement that we take into production and scale. So I think that's that is a big change that you'll see really across the acquisition enterprise, and not just on the acquisition side, but working very closely with the user community as well.
I know I'm on the clock, right? One thing I would say that we need to do a better job in the acquisition community of structuring programs that are kind of broad, right? Instead of focusing on one very single, like sharp capability, how can I have something that's broad so when a new capability shows up, I can integrate that to the current program versus waiting for a new start, authority from Congress and new funding to show up, right? So I think we have to do a better job of rolling our capabilities into currently ongoing programs and catch them that way versus saying, okay, this is a great new capability. Let me go get into the next budget, which is 2 or 3 years away. Let me get some new starts. Let me get a new requirement and things like that, because that's what really takes so much time, right? I mean, we're laying that down a little bit to get it shorter, but it's still a time-consuming process.
We're getting the hook. One of the things that I just want to finish with, a lot of folks think, hey, the unmanned space, it's going to kill Army aviation. We don't need, kind of what we had in the past. I think there is an appropriate balance of using robotics, using autonomy, using capabilities to our advantage, lead with that. We used to have a commander that said, if, first thing into a minefield, first thing to breach, first thing in the door should be a robot, and then we're going to induce humans when we need humans to do human things. You don't have to look back very far back in history to see, Army aviators going into a foreign country to snatch a deposed leader and deliver justice. We just put the Congressional Medal of Honor on one of their aviators. Like, we're going to still be doing some of the things that we've done in the past for a long time. We're going to do them differently, though. So very proud of what, those folks have done. Very proud of the team and the approach that we're taking here as we think about how do we deliver a transformational Army to whatever the next problem is. We're doing it right now, in fact, over in CENTCOM. So thanks, everybody, for your time. Appreciate the panelists being up here with me.
Hey, sir, we can take 2 questions if you want.
Let's do it. I thought I was on the hook.
You are.
Bold move, right? Taking the general's microphone. Drew Street here with Havoc. I'm wondering which of the organizations is going to be leading the digital twin and simulation effort, and if that's going to be, for example, located with the system itself, right? So if small UAS, if one is with maneuver, if one is with aviation, who's going to be in charge of those digital twin requirements and simulation?
Yeah, so I think to answer your question, I believe that the digital twin kind of really needs to reside with the program, right? Because again, they're the only ones who are doing the configuration management, right? So the program manager has configuration responsibility for cradle to grave. And so I think it makes sense for the digital twin to really reside there, then to give people access to that digital twin, right? So again, so it's not locked up in the PM's world, but other people have access to it, right? So I think it really needs to stay with the PM is a short version.
Hi. I'll step back. Hi, Matt Bainart, Defense Daily. I was wondering, will the UAS marketplace be the primary way forward? Stand back, okay. Way back. Okay. Will the UAS marketplace be the primary way that the Army procures launched effects moving forward? And will the marketplace facilitate an acceleration of that planned fielding? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the marketplace is the primary way forward for a lot of our systems. Maybe not launched effects, because again, launched effects, when you use it properly, right? It's a mix of capability, and I'm not sure that's going to be in the marketplace very well as a group of capabilities, right? So you don't get launched effect capability by 1 or 2 of them, right? We need mass. So I think I would say that. What was the second part of your question again? Yeah, so I think our acceleration at this point is really limited by funding, right? Because I think to date, we've never really maxed out the supply chains of our manufacturers, right? So like maybe today with some of our current spending and the current conflict, we're starting to see where that is. But I think for a lot of manufacturers, if you ask them, are you producing at scale that you could, the answer is they're not, right? So I think so far we haven't pressure tested how much they can produce. So I think we have more money to go.
Hey, if you're down in the UAS marketplace, and I'm the infantry officer up here, UASmarketplace.army.mil. I got on it this morning. I registered for an account. I'm still waiting for somebody to approve it. It was this morning, so but that website is hot. And if somebody out here wants to challenge me on it, I'm telling you, it's working.
All right. I think the music was that was like the end of the Oscars, like you're done talking. So thanks, everybody, for your time and attention. Appreciate what you all do here.
AMC.
Now you got to compete with the music.
I didn't know they were going to have music for me. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming to our Warriors Corner. I am super excited to be a contracting person leading a discussion about reducing bureaucracy and filling gaps. Did you ever think this was going to happen? Probably not. So what we're going to do is each of us are just going to go through a couple minutes about what we are doing to fill capability gaps and how we are reducing bureaucracy. So I will start. Raise your hand if you are familiar with the Army open solicitation. Hell yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, excuse me.
I didn't know there was going to be questions.
You will be judged and your contracts will be delayed based on your answers. So, I'm glad that so many of you raised your hand. It is super impressive that you know that. This thing is absolute money. So when you see a capability gap, when you are out here, when you are meeting with your customers requiring activities in the Army, at any moment you can submit that 5-page paper on there and we can action it. So the fact that so many of you know that and know you can do that is phenomenal. The other thing that I'd like to talk to a lot of you about, and it's been in the press quite a bit the last 2 weeks, is enterprise contracts. How many of you have seen those? Yeah, okay. Those are also awesome. Yay. So enterprise contracts, they're phenomenal. So here's what they are. These contracts are established to basically flatten communications between the government and industry in the commercial products and services that you sell. So historically what has happened is if you sell a commercial product or software, you may have hundreds of contracts, whether a prime contract or a subcontract with the Army or somewhere in the Department of War, and you are negotiating different terms, conditions, data rights, pricing across all of them. These enterprise contracts are made to be able to streamline those negotiations because those contracting officers and your teams already have predetermined rates and agreements and data rights. What I will tell you is a lot of you didn't raise your hand. So there is currently an active RFI on sam.gov that says if you are now or intending to sell a product or service, including software, more than once to the federal government, please send that in to us because we are working these enterprise contracts in order. We have about 60 of them in the queue. We so far have done about 16 of them. Those 16 have collapsed. I would say prime contracts were about over 200 now. If you add in subcontracts, we're over 1,000. Those 1,000 subcontracts on an average have a pass-through or a indirect fee on top of them, which is saving billions of dollars because on average that is 30%. So we are working these. We're working them as fast as possible. Those are things that if you have not done, I highly recommend you do and take a look at that RFI. If you have already submitted and you want to know where you are in the queue, please reach out to the POC on there. Another thing that we are doing to fill gaps and help my friends out on this panel is all of our contracts within ACC APG, which I am thankful that these are my customers, have to be awarded within 100 days. So if you currently have a contract for one of these people and it has not been awarded in under 100 days, please reach out to us. So that is how we are moving fast and we are reducing bureaucracy. We do that a lot with using things like commercial solutions openings, using existing contracts, using just the Army open solicitation, lots of ways to do that. The other thing that I would like to talk to you all about, because I think if I'm sitting in this audience, what is she telling me how I can do business better so that I can win with the government? If I were you, what I'm seeing right now across all the contracts we have in ACC-APG that I think is harming some of you is when you go to compete on something, and that is a system that will have multiple other vendors as part of it, or it will be a system of systems. Two things I would do if I were you. One, be very careful if you do exclusivity deals. If you do exclusivity deals on your business-to-business teams, you may hurt yourself long-term because the government can write and have access to privy of contracts with your subcontracts. There might be something better out there, and the way you write your exclusivity deals can hurt you long-term. So be very mindful and be open when you're writing exclusivity deals, when you're proposing with your subs. The other thing that I would probably look at is if you are proposing something, a new system, a new capability, and in any way you can leverage something somewhere else in the Army, even if it is not your contract, if it is somewhere else, please propose that as part of it. If you struggle with reaching out to who, I'm going to propose a widget. In that widget is an antenna or a screen or a cable or whatever, and I'm going to propose the whole thing myself, even if the government already has contracts for those widgets. This is just an example. If you can leverage what we already have or what we're already using, that is phenomenal because it reduces time and it reduces money. Now, a lot of times what I hear is that you guys struggle because of those exclusivity deals, because those companies don't want to part with you because they partner with somebody else and they proposed on those teams, or when they won, they're part of that. If you struggle with that and that is going to increase costs to the government or delay how the government does things, I highly suggest you call me so that we can help you break that deal or work to GFE things to you. I think my 4 minutes is up.
Sure.
And I'm going to pass it on over.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Danielle. So I was asked to talk a little bit about, from a Next-Gen C2 perspective, as a pathfinder for things that we've been talking about with acquisition reform, how does that impact on what we're doing from a contracting perspective? So really, for those that aren't familiar, where we're at with Next-Gen C2, we've got 2 prototype divisions that we're working through this year. As we move into FY27 and we go into post-prototyping, the contracting approach that we take to that as we feel to the rest of the Army becomes extremely important, right? We want conditions set to enable the speed that we're talking about. So a couple of the things on the Next-Gen C2 side where we've been kind of a pathfinder for the acquisition reform is a lot of the work that we've been doing with Danielle's team as far as the new approaches from a contracting perspective. So as Danielle said, things like CSOs, OTAs, have been kind of critical vehicles to enable really what is our number one priority with a lot of this, which is speed. So I appreciate the 100-day comment, right? So for those of you that have lived in the land of 240-day pulse, if you were lucky, we're not seeing anything like that as far as some of the new efforts. So I applaud that. That takes all of us. It takes industry. It takes the government to have a lot of those kind of ongoing, iterative, real-time discussions to get us to that point. A couple of the things that I would like to highlight that have been very effective as part of this is the business-to-business relationships. Those are critical to enabling some of the speed that we're talking about. And then as far as maintaining pace, that's just a huge enabler. So what I would ask you to do is, as you start thinking about those relationships, we're really interested in what you're really good at, what is your core competency, and then partnering with other folks that complement that, right? One of the other things that's going to be unique about this is there's not a one-size, or there's not going to be a winner-take-all approach as we move forward. So Next-Gen C2 is, you're not going to hear us use milestones. It is an iterative process. It's a continuous process. There will be opportunities to compete throughout as we move on into FY27 and beyond. So please, continue to keep an eye open for those opportunities, because as we go from unit to unit, what you're going to see is there's going to be a core amount of capabilities that we're going to carry forward, but there's going to be trades within each of those formations based off of that unit's mission set, based off their unit medals, and we'll work with those commanders to identify what opportunities are going to exist within the solution space. And so I think there's going to be opportunities as we move forward and iterate from unit to unit. So I think I'm getting played off. But so with that, I'll turn it over to my battle buddy here from CPE.
ES2.
ES2. There you go.
All right. Good morning, everybody. So I'm Miranda Coleman. I am the acting CPE at Enterprise Software and Services, formerly known as PEO Enterprise, formerly known as PEO EIS. Gone through a lot of name changes here. So similar to what Shane was saying, we internally are really looking at, a more modular contracting approach. And in the past, we were putting out, very large solicitations for our programs that took years to fully deliver. We are now breaking up those requirements into smaller chunks and putting out smaller calls for solutions so that we can deliver those capabilities quicker. And as software is changing and emerging, we have the opportunity to select what is best for those remaining capabilities. And I think this has been a really great approach for our teams. It's allowed us to easily field software and work with the users in a way that is a lot faster and is delivering the capability that they need. Another way that we are really looking at how we can modernize the way that we're doing contracting, and Danielle mentioned it, is the capability gap. And I've been questioned by a lot of industry who have submitted to those capability gap, and I will self-report that we have 40 that are sitting in the queue that we are currently looking at. I know I've been asked, well, do they just go in a black hole? No. My team's actually now working with Danielle on automating the process of reviewing those and making sure that we are providing that feedback to industry, those that are submitting that, because it is important. And reading through those, industry sees, I think, our gaps way better than we do. We're very close to it, so it's great to read through those and see that innovation that industry is seeing from a perspective that we might not have. So with that, I want to make sure we have time for everybody, and I'm sure there's a lot of questions going on, so I will pass it over.
Great, thanks, Miranda. My name's Nick Sachs. I'm the Deputy to the Commanding General for the Communication Electronics Command, or CCOM. We're still named CCOM. Happy to be here with you all this morning. I wanted to share with you a little bit about what we're doing to change our processes to help enable the rapid acquisition, rapid fielding, rapid equipping, while also making sure our soldiers have the ability to maintain their equipment. And I'm going to touch on 4 initiatives we have going on right now. One is our rapid cataloging process. So we're piloting an effort now with rapid cataloging where when General Taylor has a requirement to field something, we don't want to do the prolonged provisioning conferences of having to get all the data exactly right before we can get an NSN and get it into LMP. So what we're doing is we're streamlining and taking, I think there's like 60 data elements, and we're looking at the 24 critical data elements that we need to assign an NSN, and then we can work on the delta later as that piece lives on. And what we've seen so far is we've been able to take the normal process from need to having the item in LMP is about 40 or so days, and we've been able to do that in 7 days. So we're able to get NSNs faster, so General Taylor can field kit with an NSN, and then that commander who receives the kit can carry it on their property book like they would any other item that's NSN'd. The second thing I want to talk about is a tool that we have in beta testing right now across AMCs, LCMCs, and that's called the Publishing, Authoring, and Review Assistant, or PARA, P-A-R-A. And this is a tool that will help our technical writers write and publish tech manuals. Really excited about this tool. They use AI to automate common workflows. They use AI to check against MIL standards and also to review deliverables from whether contractor or government tech writers. What's really exciting about this is you don't have to, as you know, our tech manuals are all going toward XML. You don't have to be an expert in XML to do this. You can do like block diagrams of work packages. Step 1, do this. Step 2, do that. You hit a button and it turns it into XML. And then then you can run that XML using AI against mill standard library, and it tells you if it's right or not. An example recently of this, while it's in beta testing, our partners at TACOM had a manual they needed to convert to XML so it could be viewed in IADS. The quote they got was $100K and 2 months to do it, and they were able to do it in less than 10 minutes using the Para tool. So this is really going to change the speed at which we can keep tech manuals relevant. Speaking of tech manuals, after we're done talking and you get all your questions answered, if you go around the corner to our right, your left, we have a demonstration of our AI-assisted maintenance tool, AI-AM for short. Super excited about this tool. I think really what this tool does, as I learn more about it and see the team use it more, is it's really going to change the way the Army interacts with technical manuals. A soldier in the field doesn't have to work through a paper manual or a PDF to find the answer. AI-AM has a user interface that's very ChatGPT-like, so they can ask a question like, why is the red light on my JVCP blinking? And it references the manual and takes them through maintenance and repair and troubleshooting steps. And then if that soldier can't fix it, they have the ability within the tool to elevate it to the next level, and they can keep elevating it if it's not fixed all the way up to the LAR if needed. So really excited about that. And you can see there's like a ecosystem of tech manual tools where if we find stuff wrong in a tech manual, it can go back to Para, update the tech manual, and it gets republished. And then the last thing I'll talk about is our eScrim supply chain readiness management effort that we're working. And we're working this one closely with Mr. Martin's team at AMC. But how can we get data, BOM data from our PM customers to build out an initial baseline scrim capability that can give them and us alerts and information into the health of the supply chain. So what does this all mean for you guys? One is when the PMs and Ms. Moyer come to you all for to buy things, we're working with them to ask you for information, maybe in a different way that they've historically asked you for, data for engineering, data for tech manuals, et cetera. So look forward to that'll help us streamline and get those products out so we can support the equipment. The second thing is there's a lot of capability that we have within the government to create some of these tools, using low code, no code type methods. So we don't necessarily have to buy tools from you, but there are things you have specialty, kind of getting what General Taylor said about core competencies. There are things you do that we can't do. That's what we want to buy from you. We can do some of these tools on our own, but there are certain things and gaps that you can fill if you're in this space, and that's where we want you to help us. So I ask you to please get familiar with the tools we're doing and through AMC and the tools AMC is doing, because we need you to know where the gaps are that you can help fill so you can round out the tools. Thanks.
Okay, so my turn. Now you're probably wondering, you got PEO Enterprise, you got C2 Next, you got PEO Enterprise. I'm sticking with what I know, right, at this point. No, I'm just kidding. We're AMC. We ain't changed that name in a minute, right? So we're Army Material Command. And so I'm happy to represent General Mohan on this because we are now in a position, based off our teammates here, to do what General Mohan spoke about this morning. 3 imperatives. Provide ready combat formations, to reimagine the organic industrial base, and to ultimately change and enhance the soldier experience. None of which, and many of the things that General Mohan spoke about this morning, are end products of the ability to change how we contract, how we remove bureaucracy, how we change the red tape, and how we are going faster. If there's one word I hear almost every day from General Mohan for the things that we're doing inside the supply chain management and the things that Mr. Sachs talked about, faster. Everything about it is faster. So how is this helping us? You've heard us talk over the last couple of days, yesterday on the application, dealing with Paraline and ultimately Checkmate. In order to be able to put that into C2 Next and figure out how we get that in the hands of soldiers faster, we had to change how we do contracting options. We had to change how we bring in a partner who already had a core capability. We had to rethink how we bring in the stuff that Mr. Sachs mentions that we can already do to now make it a greater aggregated program to enhance the soldier experience. When we think about a key portion of my portfolio, how do we connect the data? How do we run the business? We run it through our business systems, and we run it through our portfolio. Everything that Ms. Coleman is doing and trying to drive speed in that whole process affects how we do that. Weapon Systems 360 is a bridge between 2 business systems that we've taken for granted for many, many years. and you heard General Mohan talk about it this morning, is it's giving us a sense of understanding of our weapon systems and the entirety of the supply chain, unlike we've had in the past. Tie that with the eScrim tool that CCOM is doing, with the stuff that we're doing from our greater supply chain resilience and the ability to see to sub-tier level, we're now being able to provide those ready combat formations in a far greater capacity. And then lastly, from the enhancing the soldier experience, everything from, I mentioned Paralon and Checkmate, couldn't have done the campus-style dining venues that without the ability to change how we do contracting and how we ultimately apply resources and a different way of thinking. Now, as Ms. Moyer said, how can you help us? First, from the commercial solutions opening, there's an element to there that I'm a simple kid from North Carolina, which the joke's on the Army that I'm in this job, is ultimately you, as Mr. Sachs said, you probably see things differently and see where we have gaps that we don't even necessarily know because we're so focused on the knife fight every single day. So that CSO, very simply, as Danielle and I talked through it as she helped build it, was you can tell us where you think we have a problem and where you can help solve it. We then have to give that feedback to you to help you understand, okay, that's not quite the problem we think we have, but it's pretty good. Let's evolve that, and then when we figure out that we've come to a common understanding of what that problem is, help us solve that problem. There's an element of some of you are wanting to solve a problem that you want to necessarily solve with the resource that you have, may not necessarily be the problem that we duly settle on and where we need the help. So be willing to adapt a little bit to that, and as you provide to that CSO and we give you that feedback, help us solve that problem, okay? One of the other things, as we mentioned, all of this really revolves in many cases around data. So not only trying to contract differently how we move faster, remove red tape, there's an element that we're probably going to ask you to think differently about some of the tech data. General Mohan mentioned it this morning. At some point, with a willing partner, you heard our back orders and delinquent deliveries have gone up over the last year. Some of that challenge still exists that we don't have the access to some of the data that we necessarily need to be a willing and able partner for you using the organic industrial base. Number 2 imperative, reimagine the organic industrial base. We can't do necessarily some of that if we don't have some of that data that some of you are trying to hold on to a little bit. The Army is not going to sell your data to somebody else. We're not going to try to profit from it. We are going to try to ensure that we have the right part, the right place, the right depth, ahead of need for the soldiers that are going to be asked to do things that we're not even sure of right now. The last couple weeks ought to remind everybody, the Army is still an Army in motion and the Army constant transformation, but when it boils down to, we go with what the Army that we have right now. And in some cases, those delinquencies that he showed you on that chart today, that may be a fraction, a percentage of what you're already on contract to do. But that fraction matters, right? If your contract says I'm only 10% late, 90% in my world in North Carolina, I was happy. I roll around Chapel Hill with an A. It was good to problem, right? But that 10% matters today for those soldiers that are over there. They don't care that it's only 10% of a portfolio. They care that that's the hole in their supply system right now. So again, as we think about how we're moving faster, we can't lose sight of we still have to deliver. We're moving faster, but that still puts us on the delivery mode. So I appreciate the time. Thanks. Questions?
Hello. Todd Marshall from Carson Solutions. We've done a lot of work with GSA and FAA with Agile and Cloud, and we'd be a new entrant into the Army enterprise space. What are you prioritizing this year to get new entrants, non-traditional defense contractors in?
So that Army open solicitation absolutely does that. But what I'll tell you is if you have existing contracts that we can leverage, provided it doesn't cost me a lot of money to use it, we would absolutely leverage that. So I welcome you to submit that offering and what you've already, because one of the great things, if you've already pre-negotiated something and went through all that time, we can absolutely leverage what already exists. No more questions? You sure?
I guess not. No.
All right. Well, we appreciate all your time. Oh, one.
This morning you talked about the military just building their own parts when they have no other options. Tell me a little bit more about that. And are you keeping a list of possible parts that you're building, that you may build your own, and what the current prices are and how much it would cost?
So I think one of the first things that we have to figure out in some cases is what capabilities do we have. So yes, the idea is that we want to expand the capabilities in some cases, right? I think to your point, we can't afford iron mountains of parts that we may have done in Desert Shield, Desert Storm, or even OIF-1, or even OEF, the original OEF, right? So in some cases, there are parts that we believe that with the right tech access, you know, the Army has an immense amount of production capacity. Rock Island Arsenal does good old-fashioned forging and casting as well as advanced manufacturing. We also have some capability in our depots. We have Rock Island or Watervliet Arsenal as well. Not everything can be 3D printed, right? There are some things, and I would argue a big chunk of those things that can be 3D printed are actually managed by our partners over at DLA. In many cases, if we had access to it or we could reverse engineer it, we could make it. You also heard General Mohan talk this morning about the qualification process. The LIMFAC right now is actually how do we speed up that qualification process, because many of the tech files that were built for the original parts are in some cases 30 and 40 years old. So the original criteria says it has to last a certain many miles, it has to be a certain tensile strength, has a certain density, etc. Well, the materials that we could actually use to print or subtractively manufacture today may be very different. So how do we change that qualification process to meet different specs? Some of that is a reverse engineering. Are we keeping a list? Yes, we are keeping a list. We're also looking, again, from Weapon Systems 360, we can see many of the parts that we don't have. We can tell what vendors are late. And so we're trying to change the narrative of that conversation of the vendors that says, how can I help you get better at that? In some cases, it may be that sub-NIN, to Mr. Sachs' point about cataloging differently, maybe it's that sub-NIN that you have a vendor that went out of business. Many of those larger assemblies have sub-tiers, whereas a small business, mom and pop shops that may have left the market for whatever reason because we haven't been great customers and good demand signals. So I'd like to figure out how to make that. I don't need the whole assembly. Maybe I make that and I provide it to a company as GFM, right? Or I'm a source of supply and you pay me for it. There's a ton of opportunities there. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. But yes, we're absolutely doing it.
And I want to just add a couple things to that I didn't talk about earlier. One, it is not always a us and a you. We have public-private partnerships. And back to your about new entrants, just so you know, everybody out there knows, we can do public-private partnerships where the government is a sub to you, where we do like work shares for both all types of hardware, software. We have software depots. We have, we have enough organic that we can help you deliver our things well. Also, if you're a new entrant and you have some new capability that you want to get in the hands of soldiers to see how they like it, you do not have to wait for a solicitation or for the Army to tell you what to do. We also have options of what's called bailments agreements. We can do bailments where you give us your thing. Now it's your risk because we might break it and screw that shiz up. But it will give you feedback. But also you can't cry when we give you real feedback about your product. You need to take it and do better. But I highly encourage you that when you want to get your stuff out in the field and you want to get it tested, you absolutely can do that. And you can use the Army Open Solicitation to say, hey, look, here's 5 pages about what we got, and we'll give it to you for free, and then we'll work with some unit in the Army to say, hey, can you try this out? Super easy.
And I'll just add to, not just the 3D stuff, I think Mr. Martin was touching a little bit. At Toby Hanna, we have a pretty advanced microelectronics production capability, so they can print multi-layer circuit cards there at Toby. So we're open to partnering with industry if it's on new cards or if it's on printing old cards where we have obsolescence issues and there's no one else who's going to do the card, but you need it for whatever you're doing. Toby can do that, and Army Software Engineering Center can also do a public-private partnership where you can then develop in the environment, in the enterprise DevSecOps platform environment, so where what the thing you're doing is inheriting all the security that's already within that. So that's another way we can go faster.
One more.
So my question is twofold, one for Mr. Sachs and one for Ms. Coleman. Really interested in better understanding how we as industry get more familiar with the capabilities that you guys have. Is there a process that we can, I noticed on LinkedIn that you guys were doing a kind of a show of the software. I've seen a lot of PowerPoints about what you guys are looking for, but I've actually never seen the software myself. So
thank you for that. We are really looking at changing how we're forecasting also, and that's something that industry has brought up to us. Is normally we'll put out, hey, our 2-year forecasting of what we're coming out with. Well, I've challenged the team to rethink that, and a lot of that's going to be, hey, let's bring in industry. We'll show you what our current capabilities are with those capability demos we're doing, and we're doing that kind of across the Army so that folks can see software is, not as cool as, the stuff that maybe ground and other groups are building. So it's important for us to show the capabilities that we are delivering to soldiers. And I think that's something we're going to start doing with industry as well, so that you can see maybe where, again, we have gaps that we might not see. But really, it's important for us to be able to showcase our software and how that is really changing soldiers' lives. And I think one of the big things that's coming up now, too, is the thought of like the digital burden. That really is, especially as we go down to like the lower divisions, we're asking for soldiers to input a lot of data that we're not automating yet. And that's, while we think that we are, streamlining their days and making it easier, sometimes we're not. And I think that's something we have to think about also is how can we, no kidding, streamline daily tasks so that we're not just collecting that data so that we can have it at a higher level, but really taking that digital burden off. And I know I went off on a tangent a little bit, but I wanted to get the digital burden piece in there. So
that's good feedback. I think I will say our AIAM team, they have like their platinum on all their rewards points because they've been traveling all over the place doing trade shows and back and forth to Fort Carson, showing AIAM. But they're here today if anybody wants to go look at it. But really good feedback. I think we can look for opportunities like through the APBI coming up at Aberdeen and through other means like that where maybe we could have like sidebar deep dives on some of these tools. I appreciate it.
And that wraps it. So thank you all for coming today, and do better.
Matt Gaydon, Commander of ATEC, Colonel Joseph Alexander, Redstone Test Center Commander, and Colonel Brian Sampson, Dugway Proving Ground Commander.
All right.
Sir?
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm going to talk loud. I was in the back on the last one, and I know it was a little difficult to hear, but Pat Gaydon here. It's great to be at AUSA Global Force here in Huntsville, and I really appreciate the large crowd that we have that's going to hear Army Test and Evaluation Command talk. And our topic today is drone dominance and how we can help make that move more rapidly through test and evaluation. And we're going to talk that through the lens of two of ATEC's test centers, through Redstone Test Center, and I've got Colonel Joe Alexander here from Redstone Test Center, he's the commander, and Dugway Proving Grounds and West Desert Test Center. You know, Redstone's local. We brought Brian Sansom, the commander of Dugway, in from Utah. And what I'd like to say is when it comes to drones, all of our test centers have capability to test and evaluate different aspects, and we bring different things. These are not the only two, but I want to dive deeper into this and take you from big to small on it. So when you think about drones and you think about the changing character of war, you know, Clausewitz and other writers talked about the nature of war. It's human, it's immutable, it doesn't change over time. But the character of war changes every time a new capability is introduced to a battlefield. And I think as historians look at the decade that preceded us and the years ahead, probably the most important disruptive technology on the battlefields that's changed the way battles are fought are drones. And we all know that the nation and the allies that adjust best to that changing character of war do better on the battlefields. The Department of War, the Army, have issued the drone dominance directives, and we're moving out as a department. ATEC is evolving with the Army and with the department to make sure that we remain relevant in this space. And we're doing it a couple different ways, but I would call it continuous evaluation campaigns. So as the Army and the Department of War continuously transform, do persistent experimentation, ATEC is there with them. And I'm going to go to my first slide here. And I'll go big to small and make sure I get it over to the commanders so they can talk about their piece. I'll start with the mission. So ATEC's mission has not changed in a long time. We do test and evaluation for the Army. We're direct support to T2COM, meaning that T2COM sets our priorities. And we exist to write evaluation reports that inform Army senior leader decisions, acquisition decisions, and other decisions. And we do that through testing and evaluating. But the broader purpose at the bottom is to help the Army make sure our soldiers have the capabilities they need to fight and win our nation's wars. And then if you look at the bottom left on this chart, this is the ATEC enterprise. And I usually talk mostly about people. We've got fantastic people, scientists, engineers, analysts at each of the test centers. But today on the drone topic, I'm going to focus more on our real estate. 1/3 of the Army's land mass is ATEC. Expansive ranges out west. And this shows those. And each of them have a capability with respect to drones. Up at Aberdeen, they're co-located with the C5ISR Center that does some development. Out at Fort Huachuca, and our Fort Huachuca Electronic Proving Ground Commander is in the audience as well. They can test drones in the RF. They can create the multi-domain threat environment to put drones through that, or counter-drone capabilities. Out at Yuma, we specialize in Group 1 and Group 2, the smaller drones. That's where the Army tested IEDs, and we've transitioned to the drones, working with JIATA 401 on counter-drone capabilities. And then at White Sands Missile Range, it's in the name of White Sands. It's a missile range. What's the difference between a drone and a cruise missile? It's all definition. It's all sort of the same. So for the larger Group 3 to Group 5 out at White Sands. And now we'll look at here at Redstone in your backyard, co-located with the capability portfolio executives for fires, offensive, defensive, for aviation. We've got Redstone Test Center with all the capabilities in scientists and engineers doing things like testing launched effects, early developmental testing on that, or directed energy. And then out at Dugway's core competency is chem bio testing. I'm going to try not to steal thunder here, but it's the 4th largest piece of land in the Army. Across all these test centers, White Sands is over 2 million acres. It's the biggest across DOD. Yuma is in the top 4. Dugway is 4th, 800,000 acres. And they're not a one-trick pony out there. Even though it's not instrumented to the degree of other test centers, we're bringing out local vendors, and our test centers are open to the vendors to places like Dugway so that you can fly, fail, learn, fly again in rapid iteration. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Joe Alexander and Redstone first.
Hey, good morning. As General Gaydon said, I am Joe Alexander, and thank you, sir, for the opportunity. For many of you, this is our second opportunity. Last year, we had the pleasure to speak to you as well. Also, many of you have worked with the Redstone Test Center before. And for those of you who have not, we're excited to talk about it for a couple minutes, talk about talk about who we are, some of the capabilities, some of the priorities, and certainly some of the relationships that we have. And we'll really want to focus a little bit more on the drone dominance as General Gaydon addressed, and some of the a little bit of trip through history and where we're at from drone testing and where we're headed to the future. I'm joined today by a ton of my incredible teammates. They're throughout the audience, and we're excited to speak to you after and really deep dive, because understand that there may be some questions that you don't want to ask in the public toward the end of this session here. So, and we've also got some brochures and pamphlets, but to General Gaydon's point, we're local to you. We're partnered with PAE Fires across the different CPEs. We're partnered with PAE Expand and Maneuver Air, executing work. And this is one of the things I'm going to mention many times is we have a lot of private industry relationships, and we're talking about private industry, pure private industry, not related to defense, but somewhere in the defense, maybe not directly tied to a PAE. So we're excited for the work that we have executed, and we're excited to continue to partner with private industry. As General Gaydon talked about, being able to get on the range, we're very friendly to that. We've got a model that works very well to be able to get you onto the Redstone Test Center, to get you into the hands, whether it's in the aviation space or the missile space, whatever that may be, the hypersonic space, we're there for you. So just briefly on this one, a lot of you have seen this before. So as you would expect, a very heavy engineering workforce, just incredible professionals that are ready to receive you in these different mission domains, aviation, sensors, missiles, and there's a whole other unique niche capabilities that we have that's really, really incredible. Kind of the upper right there, talk a little bit about the business model. For those that may not be familiar, we're almost 100% reimbursable. So that means we look a lot like you from the private industry's perspective. So we're not getting Army money to go out and do the test and evaluation mission. We've got to go and demonstrate to our customers that we can provide that capability, so they keep coming back to us, give them that data so that you can help inform those decision makers. To General Gaydon's point, as far as the landmass, maybe from RTC or Redstone's perspective, we're probably the smallest range out there, but we maximize every inch of that space that we have on the arsenal. And we'll talk a little bit on the next slide about the expeditionary capability. That's where a lot of that magic happens. The stuff that we can't do, we do the neck up stuff here, and where we can't execute some of those larger test operations across the different weapon systems, we're going west. We'll go to where you need us to be at to be able to test and collect that data for you. So in the bottom right, you can kind of see just some of the weapon systems that we do test. I'll just call out a couple. MV-75, we're partnering with the PM, we're partnering with our industry teammate to go out and ensure that we can bring that capability, the FLRAA, to the Army and to the DOW. This is where I'll kind of start talking a little bit about the UAS space. Let's just go to the next slide. So, you're going to look at some of the core capabilities, some of the supporting functions, but where I want to talk about, RTC has been testing drones and UAS capabilities for a long time. And a couple years ago, some of our smart folks came to us and said, hey, we want to repurpose some of our land, and we want to create what's the UAS Test Operations Campus. And several of you are familiar with the UTOC. Within the last couple months, we said, those same individuals came to us and said, hey, we've got more space. We need to go faster because that's that accelerated testing to be able to deliver capability. Let's go ahead and develop a UAS test range. It's smaller, more centric, the ability for you to come onto our range very quickly, very cheaply. Within 48 hours, we can get you hopefully on our range. You can be executing some of those smaller, maybe very time-sensitive missions on the UTR, the UAS test range. We still have the UTOC capability for more deliberate type of events, but that test range capability is for that time-sensitive testing. Talk a little bit about some of the tests that we've participated. We've got UAS tests going on right now. I'm heading out to the range tomorrow morning for some demos that some unique capabilities. We were in Fort Benning last week working the Maneuver Center of Excellence, capturing some high-speed photography and direct support of some very special customers that needed support out there. We're working with AMC as Sky Foundry starts to take off. We're partnering with them. They came to us and said, hey, can you do some of our testing to give us immediate feedback and to help develop maybe some of the TTPs and where they want to go as they move forward with that enterprise. So we embrace the opportunity to test in the UAS space. You can see some of the other core functions there in the aviation missiles. We can shoot missiles. We can, small missiles. We've got chambers in the environmental side of the house. Many of you may be invited to a groundbreaking ceremony for our MSATS capability. It's going to be the Army's largest anechoic chamber. That's coming to Redstone Test Center. That means that the Army now has a massive facility, anechoic, but oh, by the way, we're going to do EW and we're going to do cyber, and there's a number of threats that you'll be able to put weapon systems. It's purpose-built for FLRAA, for the MB-75, so it's large. It's going to be the third largest in the DoD. So we're excited to break ground on that and bring that capability to RTC and to ATEC and really to whatever customer has a need and a requirement. So last thing on my end is the expeditionary side. Just briefly touch on that. We've got a whole suite of vehicles that we can go ahead and set up on an unimproved location and create a test range for you to, again, collect the data, take that data and share it with you and hopefully be able to make decisions. So last thing, I'll kind of, as I transition to my partner here, Brian, just want to show a little bit of a video and give you an example. So we had a proof of concept a couple years ago from a distributed manned-unmanned teaming event. And what this is we asked Dugway to launch a Gray Eagle out at Dugway Proving Grounds. Here at RTC, we had one of our experimental test pilots in an Apache taking control of that Gray Eagle there, identifying the target, lasing the target, and prosecuting that target with success. That's one of our other capabilities is distributed live, virtual, and constructive testing. We're pushing the boundaries and being able in RTC to be able to link test centers together, link nodal points together, test, and be able to mature weapon systems and mature technologies and get it to the warfighter. And I'm excited because that's one example of many that we've done with Dugway. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Brian. Here you go, bud.
Thanks, Joe. Hey, good afternoon or good morning, everybody. I'm Colonel Brian Sansom, like you said, the commander of Dugway Proving Ground, and it's really good to be here. For one, I'm glad General Gaydon invited us out. It's good to get into some civilization for once, being out there in the West Desert Test Center, and so it's good to be around a lot of people. But just one quick note that I'll talk, coming in from that video that Joe just mentioned, that he talked about the ability to integrate capabilities from across the different test ranges, right, within the tested evaluation enterprise. And one of the things that I think when we talk about for this theme here, accelerating testing, right, you don't necessarily have to be in one place a lot of times or bring your weapon system or your capability that you're developing and get some of the results and effects. You can do it distributed, and you can utilize our ranges across the ATEC enterprise, right, to do that. For Dugway Proving Ground, now let's talk about that. First, has anybody out there in the audience been to Dugway or familiar with Dugway Proving Ground? Okay, Well, I mean, that's a lot more than I expected, but the main thing here, then you know, and for those that don't, right, we are the nation's only major range and test facility base for chem bio testing. You know, since 1942, that's what we do in terms of providing capability back to the Department of War and Defense, right? So practically every piece of chemical test equipment, whether it be sensors, equipment, masks, whatever, it's touched Dugway Proving Ground at some point. Now, what I really want you to take away, though, from my presentation today is really on the slide here and what we'll talk through outside of our core competency of chem bio testing. You know, there's a little map there. You can't necessarily read it, but I'll tell you from a scope and scale perspective, when we're talking about accelerating drones, accelerating testing across a number of capabilities that I'll discuss in the next slide, really, it's about scope and scale that we provide to the force, right? Dugway Proving Ground, we're about 85 miles southwest of Salt Lake City. Okay, that's about an hour and a half to almost 2 hours, depending on the day. Nestled out in the beautiful West Desert, Texas, it's Utah. One of the most remote and isolated installations that's out there in the military right now. The goodness in that, again, is we are able to do a lot of stuff, right, across functions and across the enterprise when it comes to testing, and that's a good takeaway for us. So Dugway, you heard General Gayton mentioned earlier, 4th largest in the Army, right? We're sitting on about 800,000 acres of land area that's under my control out there, right? That's about 1,300 square miles. That's, if you look it up on the internet, you know, they equate it to the state of Rhode Island. So a lot of space, right? It might not be highly instrumented, but it's a lot of space to do a lot of different things, okay? In addition to that, the key point is our airspace. All right, at Dugway Proving Ground, we are sitting pretty much in the largest block, a pretty big block of overland or restricted airspace. So about 8,000 miles of restricted airspace, and that's critical to a lot of capabilities we're developing out there. The Utah Test and Training Range, the Air Force's MRTFB is right next door to us, right? We share and do a lot of stuff with them on a regular basis. Hill Air Force Base, right, with the F-35s is just north. So again, a lot of capability and a lot of room for growth when we talk about testing, when we talk about capability development. And I just want to make sure, you know, when you hear Dugway Proving Ground, you're not necessarily just thinking about chem bio testing. There's a lot of other capabilities we can support. Okay, so that's all I'll say on this slide. We can go to the next one, really to get after a couple of the key things under the theme here of drone dominance. But again, we've got some capabilities out there, primarily when it comes to UAS and Counter-UAS. We've been doing stuff out for years, okay? So we have some mature programs and support that we provide. Counter-UAS and UAS, we've got PM-UAS, they've got space. They've been a tenant of ours out there for a while with the Gray Eagle, right, and modernizing. And outside of that, we support quite a few, maybe some of the companies that's in here, platforms across the board when we're talking about kinetic and non-kinetic, lethal drones and things of that nature. Again, you don't need a lot of instrumentation, and a lot of times, especially for industry, it's about having a place to go. I've talked to several folks over the number of months I've been there, and we have industry that are sending their folks overseas to test. In particular, one particular company in Salt Lake City, right down the road from us, is sending folks, their teams to Australia because they didn't know that we have the capability, for example, to test or allow them to utilize EW capabilities, right, for example. Other areas, rockets, hypersonics, and again, a perfect place, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, to come out, easy to get around, to work with us, to get industry, private industry on. It's really about, and from my perspective, awareness to everyone else. And then the airfield and directed energy, again, another high priority capability development that we're working with PAA Fires, for example, on right now. But I'll save the rest for a question and answer period here. I really just wanted to give everyone kind of an overall view. But again, from a Dugway Proving Ground perspective, it's not just about chem bio. That will forever be our main and core mission set. It's a lot more to offer. So I'm looking forward to talking to folks after this. And back to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes, and I want to save some time for some Q&A and look forward to that. But first, I'm going to give you a little bit of a sales pitch here. I know we're passing out a flyer, a card on here, really aimed at program offices, industry, Army labs, on how to get access to ATEC ranges. We want you on our ranges. And yeah, we got the chart. So why come to our ranges? We talked about it, the land space, matched with control of the airspace at different places all the way up to outer space, restricted airspace. These ranges are national treasures, and we need industry to iterate in our program offices to be able to iterate and learn out on these ranges to do things you can't do elsewhere. Most of them are out west. The spectrum is really quiet. We've assessed the spectrum out there. And better yet, we can make the spectrum noisy, working with the FAA and FCC to bring threats and emitters and jammers out onto these ranges because of the remoteness of the ranges. They're a great place for government and industry to come together and share. So all of that happens. And then the last one, I think there's a perception that government ranges cost a whole lot. It's unaffordable to get out onto the ranges. And what I would tell you is if you want to go out to a place like Dugway, and maybe in the past we would want to sell you the Cadillac instead of giving you the Chevy. But if you don't need the full instrumentation and you want to go iterate with a small package on the range, I think it's probably cost effective for you. And we really want you to go to Dugway, go to the electronic proving grounds, and spend some IRAD, but learn things that you can't do anywhere else. And let me go next slide. And we sort of blocked for a number of years, blocked industry off the ranges, where we had a priority structure of 1 to 5, and industry was 5, and we made it so that only I could approve industry coming on the ranges. I looked at that for my first couple months in command, but about a year ago, we completely changed that. Approval authority is at the test center commander level if you want to get onto the ranges, as long as you have a nexus with defense. If it's a car company wanting to use a track out there that has nothing to do with defense, I'll still approve that. But if you're working on the problems that are in the national defense strategy, these guys get to approve you coming on the ranges. And the last thing before Q&A, there's a QR code on here. If you want to get on the ranges, just hit the QR code. It'll take you to ATEC's website with all the information. We put out a sam.gov article in December. I know a lot of you saw it. We updated it in January. That's another source. And then the main one is just our website, atec.army.mil. Hey, this is great. I know we have a huge crowd in here. We're live streaming out there. We've got 6-7 minutes. Let's do some Q&A if you have any questions. All right, Christy, you got the microphone. We got a question right here. Up second row.
Hey, sir. Scott Estes, Teledyne FLIR. So coming back to the openness of ranges and trying to open this up and looking at the larger DOW initiative to streamline testing overall, is there any thought given to perhaps structuring tests that are paid for by industry with their IRAD such that the pedigree for that testing is rapidly transitioned over to the program of record owner?
Hey, great question, Scott. And if I had all the time in the world, I would have probably got to that one. I call it big E for evaluation, little t for test. And that's the mantra of ATEC. Is what we offer the Army is the evaluations that inform acquisition decisions. And the team that writes the evaluations will take all available data whether it comes from private industry testing. We would have to probably be over the shoulder or somehow validate the data that private industry provides. But it does not make sense, as we're moving faster and we want to make every penny count, that we would test twice, do something that you've already tested and you've got data that can inform that evaluation. We would rather do the edge cases that you can't do, that we have capabilities on our ranges that we may be the only one to do, but absolutely yes. All right, any other questions? I know there's got to be some. We got one right here, Christy. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Kerry Kachigian, Black Knight Advisors. I was just in Germany and at Wiesbaden, heard some briefings, and they were talking about drone testing at Grafenwehr and other places. Does any of that tie back to ATEC, or is that like operational units that are testing beyond the ATEC?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We're driving a lot of change across the test and evaluation enterprise. Some of that is we're not seeing as many formal operational tests as we've seen in the past. With Army Transformation Initiative, prototypes going out into the force for persistent experimentation, we've changed some of the way we're organized across ATEC, merging our evaluation center with our operational test command so that we can do exactly that. And we're partnered with the PIT. I know Colonel Shimon Dayan, I saw him right as I was walking in here, is the PIT does prize challenges and gets industry out into Grafenwehr. We're on the ground taking either qualitative or quantitative feedback. So right to date, we've been there for those sorts of things, collecting soldier feedback in a scientific manner and presenting it back to the Army. But Joe just talked about expeditionary capabilities that can go forward, and we're working with the PIT and the GTED. Sorry, I'm throwing acronyms that I can't spell out for you, but to potentially get some of those expeditionary test capabilities to places in Europe and the Pacific if they're not there already. It's a space we're in, but we need to be in deeper. Okay, we've got maybe 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Any other burning questions? And it's okay if you don't. Okay, we got a hand right here. Microphone's coming.
Thank you, sirs. Whoa, loud. Okay. I'm Berdino Barada. I'm with MXD. So we're actually the department's Digital Manufacturing and Cybersecurity Institute. So with the move to model-based designs with Born Digital, does ATEC have responsibility over digital testing of the models before you do physical testing, or is that a different part of the Army? Thank you.
It depends. We're in that space, but the AI algorithms and other things, there are other leads across the Army on that. But as XM30, FLRAA, and the digital engineering that went into those, we are well integrated with the project offices on that. And our bumper sticker is that we ought to be able to reduce live testing by 30% because we're doing the digital engineering up front and the model-based testing. Yesterday, I was in a FLRAA virtual prototype, which can't quite use that to test. We can use it to prepare test pilots to fly FLRAA, but that's another example of one of those that we certainly could drive down the amount of live testing if we get it right with the digital engineering. Thanks for that question. All right. We're getting yanked off. We will be here afterwards if anyone has any one-on-one questions. My thanks to everyone that tuned in on the live stream, and thanks for the great questions and for being here. Truth in testing.
and Major Taylor Raynon, G3 Aviation Director, 4th ID.
Well, hey, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Colonel J.D. Swinney from the Aviation Future Capability Directorate, and appreciate you taking a couple of minutes out of your afternoon to join us. So look, we're going to talk about maneuver air this afternoon, but we're going to flip the script a bit. So what we're not going to do is talk about helicopters, launched effects, or a new UAS. What we're going to talk about is, all of those tactical enablers that makes the system work. So those platforms are critically important, but just important is that that space between the platforms that improves the effectiveness of the overall system. And so what I mean by those tactical enablers is things like our network, air-to-ground communications, data analytics and transport, airspace management, as well as a defensive counter-air system that allows us to both destroy enemy UAS and identify friend from foe in the space. So, I'll start by laying out our assumptions like any good staff officer would do. So 2 assumptions kind of underpin this discussion, right? First is that space from really the surface of the Earth up to a few thousand feet, whether we call it the air-ground littoral or the upper tier of the land domain or just very simply surface to the coordinating altitude, that is squarely a part of the land domain. And I say that because only land forces can dominate that space. Air forces certainly operate there, but they're transitory, right? Our second assumption is that the air-ground littoral remains the exception to the rule of the strength of defense. It's easier to attack through the air-ground littoral or the upper tier of the land domain than it is to defend against it, right? So certainly over the last generation, we've enjoyed unfettered access to this space because of our systems, our platforms, our ability to operate at night, right? That's changing a little bit, right? It's not only the proliferation of UAS, but it's also kind of the democratization of EW assets that deny portions of the electromagnetic spectrum to us, right? As well as the democratization of ground-to-air effectors that can obviously, affect the flying things. So that change highlights the need for the discussion today and what I hope you'll take from it, right? In order to maintain the unfettered access, maintain domination in this upper tier of the land domain, it's going to take a system of systems approach, right? So that's what I hope you take from today. We've got a great panel to do it. I'll let them sort of introduce themselves, and then we'll get into some deeper discussion. And so I'll start with Colonel John Sandor to my right.
My name is Colonel John Sandor. I'm the director of the Army Joint Support Team. My headquarters is at Hurlburt Field in Florida on an Air Force base. And then I've got 2 other locations, one at Fort Leavenworth with the Airspace Control Proponency Office, and then a 3rd satellite site out at Nellis Air Force Base. We're responsible for teaching and education. We're tied with all the Title X courses from Joint Firepower course to the AOC IQT, JOC 2C, the Joint Air Operations Command and Control course, and then we also teach things like the Echelons Above Brigade Airspace course. We do the specific JAGIC training, and then on top of that, with the Airspace Control Proponency Office, we have responsibility for doctrine. And so we have a wide breadth of requirements, and we have the only lab in the entire Army that's got the Army and the Air Force systems in it, which makes us a little unique, enabling the training for JAGICs to see inputs and outputs from our systems and what that means within the joint systems.
My name is Major Taylor Raynon. I'm the Division G3 Aviation Officer for the 4th Infantry Division out of Fort Carson, Colorado. So what I'm here for today is really to apply what we're doing at the tactical level now, specifically with the Army's next-gen prototyping, next-gen C2 prototyping division at Fort Carson. So how we manage that full stack approach, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, and how the airspace role within that approach.
I'm Colonel Mark Polini. I'm the military deputy out at the Fires FCD out at Fort Sill.
So what our portfolio is out there is all the offensive and defensive fires, and then Army counter small UAS capability. So as we look through this panel, we wanted to make sure that we address some of the air defense considerations from both a line of sight and a non-line of sight perspective, because at the end of the day, it's all about airspace command and control and making sure that we don't commit fratricide with respect to our formations, right? So as we look at the division footprint, we are in the process of proliferating more and more M-SHORAD capability. So we already have 4 battalions online for the Stout vehicle. We're developing the Inc. 4 capability for our light formations that will give them, currently it'll give them line of sight with the existing Stinger capability, but as we look at the next gen short range interceptor, it's going to be beyond line of sight. We're also in the process of fielding IFPIC formations to the MDTFs, which may be operating within the divisional footprint. And we're also going to likely in the future add IFPIC to our DIVAD formations, which will expand that battle space from an air defense perspective beyond the division into the potential core area. So how are we deconflicting that with our Air Force or Navy brethren to ensure that we're moving out and we're not committing fratricide? Some of the things that we have seen from a muscle memory loss perspective within the air defense and the divisional construct is as we stood up the JAGIC TTPs, divisional SHORAD capability was not part of that discussion because we had divested out of SHORAD at that point. And so now we just got to relearn the muscle memories and making sure that we get combat ID and engagement authorities for our air breathing capabilities delegated down from the CRC, the command and reporting chain on the Air Force, down through the JSOC at the division levels. So that's kind of what we're looking for on this discussion from at least my lens.
All right, so thanks for that, guys. I'm going to go first back to you, John, right? So we talked about the proliferation of just airspace users, not just UAS, offensive, defensive fires, aviation, what have you, right? And we're applying that into a joint system that was not designed for that density of users. So can you speak a little bit to, what are the changes needed to our joint processes, to the TAXAG system to enable this sort of system-assisted approach and enable this density of users, please?
Yeah, so as we go back and look with all the new predominance of UAS, if you go back to pre-2003, when 5th Corps rolled across the berm, they had 3 UAS within the entire Corps. And today, we have more than that in squads. And so not only do we have to account for what that looks like, but we have to account for how we're going to execute that from a joint perspective. The Air Force is the lead agency for the air domain. And as such, how do we all fit into that? The other services, through TAX, align how they're executing those functions. The Army and the Air Force in TAX AGs have developed what our liaisons and relationships look like. We started with things like inside the JAGIC having ASOC capability. We've got a JTEC with enhanced TAC-P capability at the core, and then you've got the BCD that plugs in at the AOC. And really that helped us initially. But from an Army perspective, we allowed the Air Force to do a lot of our airspace planning through COIN. So the Army is relearning this as well. But from a TAX-AGS perspective, we have to realign where those relationships are. What is the right echelon that needs liaisons? What are the right systems and capabilities that tie those requirements back together? And what are these joint service requirements that we currently have as everybody is changing? And then you look at both services, particularly from an Army and Air Force perspective, are changing the concept of how we operate. And in doing so, it changes how we apply those enablers to our formations. Well, as we change how we apply those enablers, we also have to change the process in which we use. So as we look at procedural control, we look at future digital systems being able to help. We look at ways that we can better understand the air domain and make airspace smaller rather than larger. So most people remember as we built out airspace in the past, we built if you were throwing up a Raven Roz in 2005, you put a 1K or a 2K bubble out there and nothing else could come in it. Well, in the next fight, that doesn't exist. We have to be able to put multiple things at the same time in the air domain. And so we have to integrate procedurally how all those things are going to operate and how we tie them back together to be able to bring those parts and pieces back into the same fight without them colliding into one another or causing other issues that we don't, unintended issues that we don't want to happen. And so first we looked at, we have to redo TACSAGs. And so the Army and the Air Force has sat down and we've gone through a series of discussions with Headquarters Air Force and with HQDA G357, looking at really 3 major topics over 6 OPTs. 1 being TACSAGs, 2 being the service level MOAs, and then the third is what is the future for experimentation and testing to validate what we come up with in the plan's opportunity. In that space, it's really allowed us to look at what is the right echelon, what is the right capability, and what are the future requirements that we need to link so that we can get all those pieces in place and then reestablish a generic TACSAGs that affords us the opportunity, it doesn't matter what theater you go to, what is the baseline that everything else works off of.
No, thanks. So, you know, Colonel Sandor's talking theater strategic, and now I kind of want to bring us down to the tactical level. So, Major Royan, I'm coming to you next. And what, you know, can you level set the audience? What is Next Gen C2? What are the many components of the solution? And then can you talk a little bit about the prototype solution you're using in 4th ID?
Yes, sir. Happy to. So before we jump into the slide there, what is Next Gen C2? So think of it as a full stack rework. So starting with your transport layer, your hardware. So you've got your Pelio systems, your Starlink, your Starshields, your data mesh radios, so that you can have your Pelio access and your local data mesh access. And then you move on to your data layer. So now we've got a 2-part solution there with our local tactical edge compute servers that we can bolt straight onto our vehicles and our aircraft, as well as that direct access to the cloud ontology for NGC2 where most of the application work is happening. And then you have your data integration layer where you have the ability to move things cross-domain and cross-echelon so you can have shared data picture for your entire tactical force on the battlefield at one point. And then you moving up into the application layer, you know, making that as simple as the apps on your iPhone or a web browser, having everything accessible on each of the domains that you're fighting on by simply clicking on an app. At the 4th Infantry Division, we've been prototyping this since August. We've already onboarded over 35 industry partners into our data environment, into our application environment. And if I was to pull up the NGC2 landing page for 4ID right now, it would just look just like a tablet screen where you have by warfighting function all of the different applications that not only you can open and fight with, but that talk to each other through a shared data layer, through that shared software development kit. And that's really what makes it NGC2 that generational leap for how the Army's going to fight over the next couple decades. As we shift that to how we're solving the airspace problem in an NGC2 data environment, our 4ID prototyping solution, as speed is the theme in 4ID as we're building this up for Capstone 6 at the National Training Center in July. We've done multiple training exercises called the IV Stings, and our culminating home station training event in May, IV Mass, a massive fire support control exercise in 2 different training areas. Being able to apply AI/ML deconfliction to an airspace environment, as Colonel Sandor mentioned, that is now oversaturated with UAS, launched effects, loitering munitions, those huge silos of procedural controls, those 1-2K RASs, as he mentioned before. You can't fight that way in the next fight. So what we've done is we've partnered with a few different partners from industry, Airspace Intelligence, who had really good mature commercial software with the airlines, with the deconfliction engine, our longtime partners from previous programs of record, General Dynamics Mission Systems, and then the Inc. Lab, so that we have native aviation mission planning integrated cleanly into our airspace suite, because previously those systems would not talk to each other. So all integrated into one suite, all with access, as you look on the bottom right of the slide, to the same data layer, all from the same IBCS data. So you have your radar pipeline for your air tracks, TAC data for PLI data for UAS, AX for munition flight paths for fire missions, EWC2, so you have that EW data. And then working with our joint partners, especially our air component, on bringing in Warhawk, Wintech, BC3, C2 Core, so you have that native architecture, not siloed systems where you're passing sticky notes and writing things on the whiteboard with the TACPs and the JAGIC, but to be able to all talk and all push three-dimensional messaging all in one shared ecosystem is what we're trying to build in the 4th Infantry Division. And this is just a quick snapshot of kind of where we stand right now in our prototyping. So as you kind of look at our user interface, working you guys from left to right, and this is the ASI flyways portion. So this is what we use in the JAGIC for that dynamic clearance in real time. So moving from left to right, you can pull up individual munition flight paths and individual aircraft and tracks, sort them at the user level, and we're talking PFC specialists able to do this, 10-level operators able to do this in the JAGIC today, and then associate that munition flight path or that aircraft with what we're calling the shot clock. That gives you a temporal reference out into the future of when your airspace will be clear for that exact fire mission, that exact munition flight path, or that exact aircraft route. Giving the JAGIC chief and that senior air director in the JAGIC predictability down to the minute into the future of when you're going to be clear for those paths. And then a three-dimensional comp for our users, and then moving over to the right in Puck 4 there are our deconfliction engine with the ability, if it's a UAS, for example, that's been programmed into NGC2, the ability to directly task that UAS in our system to move out of the way of an active conflict. We've successfully tested that with multiple vendors that have been integrated into our IB Sting exercises. So I detect a UAS is in the flight path of this munition. I'm going to task it to move out of the way right now. And then what we're working on with the ASI team over for our next exercise is that temporal bubble where you can project down to the aircraft based off the physics of that aircraft, based off its flight time, where your predictive modeling is, so that 3D cone in front of the aircraft or the UAS that'll tell you where it can be in time and space. So you can get much more precise on those airspace control measures, especially procedurally, and you're not having to block off the entire air corridor. You can block off a small portion of it that's actively being used, shoot ahead of it, shoot behind it. So you can get a lot more munitions downrange and flatten that kill chain rapidly.
Hey, so I'm going to follow up on you here too. So we talk a lot about agentic AI in our airspace management solutions. A lot of times it's a buzzword, right? You're actually doing it. So let's talk about the problems that remain. What challenges are you seeing? What problems are there? If you can speak to that.
Yes, sir. And agentic agency, just framing the audience quickly on that. The example our commanding general likes to use is, you can tell ChatGPT, hey, I want to plan a trip to Paris, and it'll say, hey, here's some great options, I think, on how you should go to Paris. Agentic agency says, I want to plan a trip to Paris. Here's my credit card. Book the hotel for me. Book the flights for me. Execute all these tasks for me. And that's that next step, and that's what we're trying to work towards, not just for airspace, but for the entire kill chain. So with Palantir and StriveWorks, they built a sensor target agentic gateway. So right now what we already have live today is a collection agent, a fires agent, a orchestration agent that acts as the brain passing between each of the agents and the adjudicator. And what we're building out over the next few weeks is an airspace agent that'll have that direct correlation with the fires agent. So if you think sensor to shooter all the way through the kill chain, having agency with human on the loop at where we need it, with risk mitigators where we need it, and with a commander's war room for the leaders at echelon to provide those inputs and those prompts. To pass that all the way through the kill chain, so I have received all my sensor aggregation, and now I can execute on that target with an agentic agent working that target along the way. Something that it would take 8 to 9 different individuals with physical conversations, physical sticky notes, physical chat messages along the way. Something that would take hours to pet a target to execute that target, the agentic agency is doing in seconds.
No, thanks. So I'm going to transition a little bit. I want to pull fires into this conversation. So Colonel Pellini, with your background in AMD, what does this look like from a defensive counter-air perspective? How are you taking that air picture from something like Rams, cleaning it, identifying friend from foe, and driving that kill chain, if you'd speak to that?
So as was mentioned, so right now our IBCS Lite, which currently sits in the Atom BAE cell, so ambient picture replacement will provide that translation from the broader IBCS architecture down to IBCS maneuver, and then it will inform the agentic agents that are out there from a data fusion and from a situational awareness perspective, what is out there, leveraging the bigger, more exquisite radar capabilities that we have out there. It'll also enable us to promulgate ACOs that are resident on IBCS proper, digitally down to the actual shooter. So does a shooter need to know every ACO out there? Probably not, but they need to have the ones that matter, particularly with the manned aircraft that are in the area of operation. The other problem set that we're working on is how do we integrate our allies and partners, right? So we're establishing a common data standard, primarily with our ABCANs and AUKUS partners, to make sure that we can seamlessly integrate our sensors from the U.S. to our coalition to increase broader situational awareness. And then the last problem set that we're really trying to go into that kind of is in this topic is ID authority or ID classification for our Group 1 and Group 2 UAS. So as we are printing UAS in the future at the tactical edge and putting those up, how do we ensure that those are correlated in a manner where I can identify if that is friend or foe? So is one of the lessons that we learned out at PCC 5 last summer was as we were doing a dismounted assault into one of the cities, there were 3 UAS up in the air. The squad only knew that one of them was theirs, so they became artificially fixed. The other 2 were theirs. They just didn't know, so they went to ground and had to deal with what they perceived as an air threat, and so through the coordination of the assault into the city off. And then what we're also seeing in Ukraine and Russia is that about 50% of the UASs are being shot down that belong to the country that are flying them, right? So what that means to me is my magazine depth is wasted on threats that aren't really threats, and we're stripping away eyes from our maneuver brethren to see over the hill. So some things that we're looking at is how can I leverage like a passive RFID tag or a PLI emitter that I can ingest that's outside of the Universal Common Controller to then correlate that from a positive ID perspective so I can clean up the airspace about 50% or more to allow our maneuvering brothers to do what they need to do.
No, thanks for that. And so as we start to kind of conclude the panel, about 8 minutes left, John, I want to go back to you, right? Because we cannot in this space forget our joint partners. So with what Taylor talked about, with what Colonel Pellini talked about, how do we make sure that we're developing these systems in a way that ensures native interoperability with joint systems? How do we validate it over time? How do we smooth that process as we are concurrently redefining the tax ag system?
Yeah, so it's a challenging question because for a lot of reasons, both particularly from an Army and an Air Force perspective, as we look at new systems that are coming on board, as they bring C2 Core on, it's not the data mesh layer network that we're looking at from how the Army's operating. We have to figure out how we're going to tie those systems together. Warhawk is an ATAC type program. It affords us some capability to be able to talk ATAC to ATAC type device, but there's still some limitations in how we've got this paired. And so what we've looked at is in the experimentation and testing arena, how do we bring the right systems out, and then where's the right place to test them? And so we've linked with the Air Force and virtual flags to bring systems in to do risk reduction event tests and look at specifically how do we leverage this system against what you're bringing out and make sure that we're passing the information. And likewise, how do we do that with our partners and allies? And what we've seen is we've got a long way to go in terms of partners and allies, and we still have a long way to go in terms of just our joint systems. We have very broken legs between our joint systems, and as we're both bringing our new systems on board, we can't lose the eye of, particularly in the air domain, that everything is joint, and we've got to leverage everything back to being able to paint that joint picture so the Joint Force Commander understands all of those items that are in the air at any one time.
So we got a few minutes left, and I want to save some time for questions, but I'm just going to kind of wrap this up, going back to that system of systems that I talk about, and how does this tie back to the requirement process, right? A lot of changes going on there so that we start to deliver both capabilities, but update the needs, really at the speed of need, vice what we've seen historically, kind of a more regimented process. So, we talked about, over a dozen requirements up here at least, right? So the thing that I would just coach to the audience is, as we look across each of the warfighting systems portfolios, the characterization of need statements that will be shared, will be open to industry partners. Those statements start to describe not only the direction of a specific requirements portfolio, maneuver air, maneuver ground, fires, what have you, but those characterization need statements will define some of the integration requirements, some of the connective tissues between the systems portfolios. We all know that everything we talked about up here is extremely cross-cutting, more so than we have seen a lot of systems in the past. If we look at launched effects or look at pick a system, right? It's not just an aviation or a fires or a maneuver thing. So I would encourage everyone, as these characterization needs statements are populated, that is a way to understand the sort of the overall direction for a portfolio. And I believe we have just a couple of minutes for questions if there happen to be any in the audience. Do we have mics that are coming around? Okay, we've got one mic in the back. I believe we got a question in the back.
Thank you. Ken Kreitzer, CamVets Media. I just wanted to ask Colonel Polini, you made a comment about 50% of UAS aircraft being shot down. You implied it with some of that as friendly fire. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the causes of those.
Yeah, that's
Thank
all
you.
open source, so my percentages might be off. There is, on any battlefield, if I perceive a threat, I'm going to shoot at it, right? And it may not be a threat, and it may be my adjacent unit that is flying next to me, and for whatever reason got out of the coordination measure or the airspace corridor, and so that's a common theme that we're seeing as we start to employ these and experiment with UASs at the tactical edge of airspace discipline and airspace awareness from a ID perspective.
Do you have another question? Okay, the only thing I'll add to that one is, that is a perfect example, right? Because it's identifying the UAS, right? It's transporting that data across the network. It's putting it into, the cab of pick a ground system or the cockpit of pick an aircraft, right? So the complexity, and it gets back to the cross-cutting nature and the interrelationships across these problems just in that one instance. So, okay, I think we are out of time. So if there's no further questions, I appreciate your attention today and look forward to solving these problems together. Thank you.
Avazian. He is the director for our OIB Ops Center at Headquarters AM. For our OIB Ops Center at Headquarters AMC. And the moderator will be Mr. Travis Thamus.
Testing. All right, good afternoon, everybody. See a lot of really familiar faces out here, so I'm excited to get going on this panel. As I was introduced, my name is Travis Themis, and I am the Chief of the OIB Modernization and Strategy Division here at AMC headquarters. Over the last couple days, we've been hearing a lot about a transformation effort that's been ongoing with the OIB. There's a lot of different attributes that we've been hearing that describe this transformation. Some of those are as adapt faster, innovate more, optimize how we deliver capabilities to the warfighters, modernize our infrastructure, adapt to advanced digital tools, and fostering industrial partnerships as we reimagine the industrial base for the future. At the heart of this transformation is the OIB Integration Office and Operations Center, which work both together to synchronize our strategy and execution. Today, that's going to be the main topic of our discussion. The Integration Office serves as the strategic hub, aligning enterprise-wide requirements and priorities, while the Operations Center ensures that these priorities are operationalized across the AMC. Together, they form the backbone of Army's efforts to modernize and optimize the OIB. Okay? So I would like to kick off my first question to Colonel Alexander. Sir, if you could, can you explain the role of the OIB Integration Office and how it is shaping the transformation of the OIB?
Yeah. All right, this one works. So Matt Alexander, for the last 4 months, I've been living in D.C., trying to transform how we think about the organic industrial base of the United States Army. But before we go into the transformation of that, I'd kind of want to bring you up to speed about the catalyst that got us here. So when the Army rolled out the Army Transformation Initiative, it had some directed guidance to the industrial base sites. A few months after that, it led Army Materiel Command to do an in-depth study of the workload that goes on at each of those sites. And what we realized was almost each and every one of our industrial base sites is underutilized. And what we were able to capture from that study is a healthy range of depot labor hours per site that we needed to target. That also helped inform us that, candidly, the Army doesn't have enough work programmed for each site to meet that level of healthy depot labor hours. So we had to reimagine how we workload the OIB. And that's where we started by bringing together a team of Army Materiel Command, ASALT, INE, and the DAG4 to understand the workloading process of the OIB and how we transform that. And so that is what led to the creation of the OIB Integration Office and the strategy that we've been writing over the last 4 months that we just received approval on Monday from Army senior leaders. What that strategy tries to do or aims to do is look at increasing visibility of the OIB throughout the acquisition lifecycle. And not to get into specific terms for you, but get left of milestone C decisions, get decisions out of just Cat 1 levels. And as we understand the work that goes into the OIB, try and define what the minimum rates are by major weapon system by site, so we can define that by each site and understand the minimum required work the Army needs to program at each site, and then where there's potential for external opportunity through some of your industries or private capital investment to get us up to that healthy depot labor hour range. And so that is a very quick summation of what the goal of OIB transformation is.
Hey, thank you, sir. Could you elaborate a little bit on how you see the operations cell complement the work of the integration office?
Yeah, absolutely. So the construct of the operations office itself, or excuse me, the innovation office, again, some members from Army Material Command, some members from ASALT. And as we look at getting left of requirements in the acquisition cycle, we look to our ASALT teammates for the strategic planning and guidance of what we're going to workload inside of the organic industrial base. As the innovation office works with ASALT to approve that future workloading, there's going to be a natural progression to the execution and ownership of those activities at each site. That execution and ownership is going to be conducted by AMC's operations cell.
Thank you, sir. And one more. What do you define the fundamental problem we're trying to address? And what does the new paradigm look like once we reach full operational capacity?
Yeah, thanks, Travis. So the fundamental problem we saw was just visibility of how we workload the OIB again across that acquisition lifecycle. So we've done a couple things to try and help us with that. The first is the team in the integration office is going to look at what we consider the procedural flaw of workloading the OIB. And so things like level of repair analysis or depot source of repair analysis, those decisions we make that bring the OIB into the acquisition lifecycle need to happen a little bit earlier in that cycle. Part of gaining that visibility is, as General Mohan discussed this morning, data analytics that we're working with both ASALT and AMC to improve. So we have created a platform that we call the OIB Analytics and Planning Platform that's going to integrate with ASALT Live and then also integrate with things like Weapon Systems 360 and then eventually OIB 360 at AMC to help us give that end-to-end visibility across the acquisition lifecycle. So as your program managers are planning for the future programs of record and how we sustain them, the OAP, the OAPP, provides us visibility of the amount of depot labor hours by site that are being programmed by major weapon system. And so what that allows us to understand is which sites need priority work from an Army programming perspective and which sites may need a little bit of external opportunity from some of our industry partnerships. With, again, the common goal being to raise the overall depot labor hours at each site. And so, yeah, I'd say visibility of that acquisition life cycle and then overall visibility of a lot of the metrics that are going into how we program the OIB is what's going to set this integration office up for success.
Thank you, sir. Over to Colonel Bazian. Sir, as the director of the Operations Center, can you elaborate how it collaborates with the integration office to drive this transformational effort?
Yeah, Travis, thanks. So to begin with, like Matt had said, let me back up a little bit on how the Operations Center concept became a thing. So early last summer, the Army was directed to conduct an assessment of the organic industrial base. I was actually part of that team that went out to each and every OIB site along with the AMC analysis group. And part of the problem, like Matt had said, the way we workload the depots was a systemic problem. But also what we found out during the course of that study is that there were various entities throughout the AMC enterprise, each having a small piece touching the OIB, but they never really were integrated or really spoke or cross-talked, so that there were just a lot of different efforts going on, a lot of activity, and not necessarily a lot of collective accomplishment. So one of the recommendations was to pull each and every one of those functions up a level to the AMC headquarters level and kind of put them all underneath one umbrella, so that there's enterprise visibility over everything that the OIB touches within both the headquarters itself, as well as down at the LCMCs, all the way down to the OIB sites themselves. So, what Matt was saying as far as the integration office and how they operate up at the HQDA headquarters level is they take a look at the long-term enterprise approach. They take input from Army G4, ASALT, the entire acquisition process itself, AMC, and figure out long-term how to, what the plan needs to look like. And that is the long-term vision. And then as they formulate that strategy, it is then sent down to the AMC OIB Operations Center to figure out how to execute within the OIB itself, how to evenly distribute that workload to make sure that we're monitoring those direct labor hours are distributed evenly, and that each of the sites are workloaded, because part of that is also maintaining the skill sets that we need on hand for surge capability. So that's essentially what the Operations Center does. How we integrate is, obviously we talk daily basis. We have same visibility tools, and we keep regular touch points, so that as these decisions are made from higher headquarters, we can execute down and then also provide bottom-up feedback and understand at the headquarters level what the impacts of those decisions are and how we refine that.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Ms. Miranda. One new facet of the OIB transformation strategy is an emphasis on industrial partnerships. Can you enlighten us on what that means and the mechanisms we have to enact them?
Yeah, thanks, Travis. Absolutely. So I would like to add one more thing before I answer Travis' question. So first, Matt and Brett talked a little bit about how we're structurally changing, right, that synchronization of effort, because definitely that was a big gap that we identified. We also talked right now, right, a little bit about workload, right? So workload certainly has resulted in the sub-optimization of our organic industrial base, as that has changed over the years, right? Two more things that I would like to discuss. One is rates, right? Because I know that's a big factor when it comes to what I'm going to talk about next, which is how do we partner with you all, right, with industry, to continue to optimize the organic industrial base. So rates is going to be a point of discussion, right? Because that directly translates into cost, right? So we are addressing that through a rates reform process. Certainly in the last year, we have reduced costs significantly at the organic industrial base in the hundreds of millions of dollars per year, right? In 26, we reduced cost, I think it was like $300 million. Same thing for FY27, and we will continue to look at cost reduction opportunities. That's one. We're also working rate reform, not only internal to the department, but also with Congress. What does that mean? How can we do business differently to make the organic industrial base more, more open for business, right? So that it's enticing to you to come and partner with us to do the things that the nation requires, right? So those are also aspects of things that we're doing through this OIB transformation, because we need to look at it from, a more holistic view from all those gaps, and we're addressing them all. The third thing that it's really critical within the transformation strategy is, has been mentioned before, is that industry partnership, right? And we have, for the past few months, how do I say it? It's not, these are no new strategies or ways to partner. They have been authorities that we've had for years, and we have, to some extent, executed them, but not to the levels that we are, that we want to do them now. But at the same time, we know that there are obstacles and challenges, right, to execute those authorities, that over the years, it just take us too long to get to a partnership, right, that is a win-win for both, for the organic industrial base and industry. So we know there are challenges that we're working through. But what we are doing, and you have probably seen action, right, is moving from strategy to action by showing you that, yes, we can execute those partnerships in a more streamlined manner, in a more timely manner, and we have real, right, partnerships that have become reality in the last few months, and those happened rather quickly, right? There's a focused effort to really reduce the time that it takes to get into these partnerships. Why, right? Why? And Matt said that, right? The Army cannot fix this problem on its own, right? The Army most definitely needs partnership with industry, and we need you, right, to understand and be informed as to what opportunities exist. So working really hard on one, understanding that we are part of that challenge and we need to fix those processes and also the reasons why in the past we have not fully leveraged those opportunities, right? So we know that we have an urgent need in the United States to increase production capacity. We know that is right in front of us. We see it today, right, in current conflict. We need to expand our capacity. How do we do that? The organic industrial base, has available resources. We talked about underutilized capacity. We have not just land, facilities, but skilled workforce that is ready to partner with you in your space on whatever it is that you need. So how is the Army going or doing this, right? So we have opened primarily a few doors, like I said, authorities that have been in place for some time, but we're really looking at how to streamline and execute those in a more timely manner. So enhanced use leases is one of those big opportunities, and that is really, leasing underutilized land and facilities that can generate revenue for the Army, while giving you the land, the facilities, the skilled workforce, if that's what you need to bring that investment into the organic industrial base. Really a win-win situation here, because we do get to modernize aging facility, and as General Mohan said, and it's been said, right, said it yesterday too, without only relying on government funding, because that's very, very limited, right? So how we can partner to increase that production capacity is what we're looking at, and again, leveraging every available resource that the organic industrial base can provide. We're also exploring what we're calling bundle pilots, right, where we have multiple things that can be part of that agreement that, again, can meet your need and accelerate that production capacity. We're one example that we're talking about is the Army Logistics Hub that gives us a long-term partnership for bringing that innovation and technology insertion, right? And at the same time, the win-win is we give you predictable demand signal, right? You can leverage already existing workforce. So there are things that we already have that we can offer to you. Public-private partnerships is, again, another tool. This one is probably, to my my understanding, is the most flexible one, right? Because it can be very, very simple and or very complex, right? Depending on what is needed. But certainly, we have the resources, and you have the need, and we just have to figure out what that is. What that value proposition is for both, for the government and you. And then we also have collaboration with government entities. Academia is a big one, right? We have a lot of partnerships that we have put in place in the last few months, really leveraging the knowledge, right? The academia's knowledge, the tools and resources that they have, and bring those into the organic industrial base to accelerate our learning and our capability. So, like I said, there are barriers to this. We're really very, very interested in knowing what ideas, what opportunities exist. We are communicating this to you all through commercial solutions, right? Opportunities, and we are, or RFIs, right? So we're communicating what we see as opportunities, and we want, the areas that we're thinking about, and getting those ideas in so that we can start reviewing and identifying opportunities, partner. So keep an eye on those, because they are coming out, right? So the RFI is already on the street. The CSOs are, continuously being put out for us to inform you on what opportunities we have in the organic industrial base. There's a perception of bureaucracy, right? Our processes are long. Our policies are restrictive, right? Cost is a problem, right? All of those things. What I'm here to tell you is identify those. Don't miss an opportunity, right, to really have those discussions if you believe that you can leverage and benefit from what the organic industrial base has to offer. We'll work through those, right, in those conversations, because that's the intent. The intent is to, don't think of as it will continue to be bureaucratic process. Now we're breaking those obstacles. We're removing those obstacles so that we can get to a partnership opportunity in a more faster, right? So the potential for collaboration is there. I encourage you to continue to stay informed as to those opportunities, and then continue to let us know what other opportunities you think of that we may not have necessarily an RFI or a commercial, request out there for you. Just continue to communicate what you believe are those opportunities. I think that's it. Those are the three things that I really wanted to highlight, and I hope that was good information to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. So I'll open up the floor to the panel, see if there's any additional comments on that subject, and then we'll reach out to the crowd and see if there's additional questions.
Anything else? The industry days, ma'am? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So certainly. So as far as that goes, one of the things we started at the AMC headquarters, aligned with headquarters of the Army, is opening up industry days at our organic industrial base. So as an example, last week, in conjunction with the Munitions Executive Summit in New Jersey, Army Contracting Command, Rock Island, put on and hosted an industry day immediately following that, with the intent and the goal of informing industry what capacity is available at our OIB sites. Potentially getting into public-private partnerships and or co-production agreements. So it started out, there were over 500 industry partners there. We'd given an overview of all the capability and capacity at our munitions sites, and then we spent a series of one-on-one engagements with the industry partners afterwards, hoping to create further opportunities. So we also have additional ones scheduled for our TACOM as well as CCOM coming up in the next couple of months. So those are some of the efforts that we've gone, and we're pushing forward with as far as industry days and developing industry partnerships for our OIB. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Roger Flores. I'm with KSO Worldwide. Right now we were tasked to rebuild Bradley tanks. We have 21 and another 50 ready to go. The last parts we need are hatches. And TACOM, they said they'll work with us, but they never call us back. So you basically have, 50, 60 tanks sitting there ready to go with weapons, and everybody sends me emails back as I'll get back to you. These are ready to go. They can go in theater as soon as we put the hatches on. Is there a way that we can get around that or help somebody help us get the hatches? It's a government contract.
All right, any other questions from the crowd? Yes, sir, right over here, ma'am.
Okay. Ted Cummings with Armis. On the cybersecurity front, is there an intent to look at cybersecurity beyond OIB? OIB is operational technology, but you also have MCOM that has FRCS use cases that are OT. Is the command looking broadly at solutions, not just in the OIB silo, but across other OT use cases?
Yeah, most definitely. So we're working really closely with the CIO, right, and addressing any critical cybersecurity issues that we have. There's no, how do I say this? From an OIB modernization perspective, most definitely it's a line of effort. It's well documented on how we're going to address it. I think what you're asking is beyond, right, the organic industrial base. That is still a work in progress. Certainly, we're addressing the most critical needs, but there's no overarching strategy, if you will. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Amy Hawkins. I run the Technical Center for Odyssey Systems. And you mentioned academic partnerships and academic groups that you're working with. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what groups you're working with and what you're working on.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of examples. One, so you've probably heard, right, we're looking to expand our production of drones, right? So what does that mean? That's just one example of a capability that we're heavily investing in, but it's part of our larger advanced manufacturing capability that we're establishing across, right, the Army. But one great partner there is Wichita State University, right, and the NIR group, and they have been incredibly open to understanding our challenges and identifying solutions and how we can streamline our processes and really accelerate identification of, opportunities to qualify parts, right? To either redesign, re-engineer, and or produce advanced manufacture parts, right? So that's one partnership opportunity. But we have, like that, we have many. Each organic industrial based site has partnerships with their local universities to develop the talent, right, that we need within the organic industrial base. Those are in the hundreds of partnerships because they are more localized. But there are also other, more strategic partnerships that we have and that we will continue to work on. When I said the drone production, academia is part of that ecosystem that we're trying to build, right? So it's not just government, but it's also industry partnerships and academia to continue to evolve that technology and implement those best practices and into our production capabilities, right? So those are just a few examples of how we're leveraging academia for evolving and transforming the organic industrial base.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we have a couple more minutes if there's any additional questions.
James Mitchell, University of South Florida, Institute of Applied Engineering. Apologies if this shows my interest in the OIB, but how do you maintain, 40 hours a week, one FTE for folks, but acknowledging at some point we may go to, 24 hours a day operations and balance that so we're ready, but we're not overusing or or underworking people?
Yeah, so the easiest answer to that is we don't. The Army is the worst customer when it comes to sending a good demand signal. And so that's why we're looking to partner with industry so we can level out that demand signal, try and bring those rates down. And so I think what we owe you that the integration office has done over the last 4 months is an analysis of the work that goes on at each site and where we see those ebbs and flows of workload. So I can highlight by site where we think there's opportunity for industry partners to help us even out that.
All right, I think we're up against time, so I personally want to thank all the panel members today for their time and expertise on this subject. I'm sure we'll be hanging around the area a little bit. If there's any additional questions, feel free to come up and chat. Thank you.
all what's tied to formation-based layer protection. So I'm the current director of the Transformation Integration Directorate, part of the Maneuver Support Center of Excellence. With me today, I've got Major General Beck. He is the CG of MISCO, as well as the PAE. Colonel Don Sidibe, he is the Cyber COE TID Director. And then my Sergeant Major Ben Coughlin. So foundational protection is very simply the individual and collective tasks that every individual soldier must be able to do in order to protect themselves. Examples of this are camouflage, noise and light discipline, passive air defense measures, signature management, communication windows. Operational protection is a little bit more complicated. It is the synchronization of kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities across the entire depth and breadth of the battlefield in order to protect the commander's scheme of maneuver in order to allow him to accomplish the objectives, him or her. So before we get really started into some questions, I'm going to give each of the different teammates an opportunity to talk about either foundational or operational protection from their protection. Sir?
Thanks, Joe, and to the team. Thanks for being on the panel. Don, I appreciate it. Sergeant Major, you work for me, so you kind of really didn't have a choice. Hey, so I want to build on some of the things that Joe talked about. And you know, yeah, I am very passionate about protection based on both my COE role and my PAE role. But the reality is, and I say this non-parochially, if we don't think about protection, maneuver, fires, sustainment, those are all mildly amusing, because we will only do them one time. And so protection has got to be part of our thought process from the beginning to the end. And the biggest thing that I would challenge y'all to think about, and please ask about, because these two gentlemen will talk very much in depth about operational and foundational protection. But really the difference that we're talking about as we look at layered protection, formation-based layered protection, is two aspects I would challenge. Number one, the effects of protection are cumulative by echelon. So what we do at the ground level, and that's why foundational is so important, if we don't start with that, we're never going to be successful. You're not going to get some magical device at the higher echelons going to take care of you. But they will have cumulative effects, hence the layering. So each echelon is very important to the layer below it as well. We are creating protection effects for that soldier on the ground with things we do at the theater level. And frankly, there probably aren't a lot of other warfighting functions that say that. So it is important that we work this by echelon. But probably the biggest change that I'd ask you all to think about is a mindset shift. We have got to get proactive with protection. So what do I mean by that? And as you walk through, and probably a lot of you represent things that are counter-UAS technologies, all very, very important. But at the end of the day, if we only focus on shooting down the UAS and not targeting deep or taking out the launch system or the formation or the C2 that goes with it, then we're always reactive. We are ceding the initiative to the enemy. We can't do that. So we have got to think about not only how do we shoot down the UAS that we can see and is about to engage us, but how are we fighting that fight deep? In our doctrine, we talk preserve, enable, deny. That's deny. We've got to deny the enemy's freedom of maneuver. And to do that, we have to leverage things. And this is why we say all the time, nobody owns protection. That argument works until something's screwed up, and then the chief reminds me that I own protection. But the reality is it's the synchronization of our assets. That's why we have one of our cyber partners here, because at the end of the day, it's about synchronizing all of the assets. Same thing with fires. I get asked all the time, well, is air defense artillery part of the protection portfolio? The answer is sure, but it's also part of defensive fires. So if an air defender shoots down something, they've asked me, well, are you going to take credit for that BDA? No, you should, because you shot it down. But I'm going to take credit for that because what you just did is you protected something, because that was coming in to engage something. So we've got to get much more comfortable with looking deep and thinking about protection on the deep end of the fight, because that will enable our maneuver. That will allow us to have the initiative. And frankly, and again, I'm saying this probably amongst sharks, because we can shoot down 100 small UASs today. The enemy will go home tomorrow and they'll print 100 more. So while we need to have the technology to do that every single day, and that is critically important, if we don't start by what's going to take us out deep, whether that's kinetic or non-kinetic effects, then we are going to be in the reaction mode for the entire fight, and we will seize the initiative to the enemy, and we cannot do that. So I'll answer any questions we go through, but Joe, thanks, and I'll pass it over to the team.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Colonel Don Tedeby and General Beck, thank you for inviting me to this. Very excited and passionate about this. I get to be a bit of the odd duck that's talking about the EW cyber stuff, sorcery there. But what I like to remind people is all of the logic that you would use for your typical protection, for digging a foxhole and everything, the same logic applies for the EW in cyberspace. It's just the technical implementation is a little bit. But when we talk light and noise discipline, turns out light is electromagnetic radiation. So when you do it in that frame, then okay, what are all the things? If I'm emitting something, I am now have to be conscious of what the adversary can observe, and if we're taking lessons learned from Ukraine and other conflicts going on in an era of persistent observation, anytime you push a button and you're emitting, what needs to be ingrained in your thought and in our doctrine and our technology is how much time do I have before something's coming to me? How do I need to disperse? What am I moving to the next thing? So what we over in the Cyber Center of Excellence, in partnership with the other COEs as a transformation integration director, I think the most important word in my title is that integration aspect. It is less so about what we do as an individual or a COE, but what are we doing to collaborate and work with the collective, not just my FCD partners, which my FCD partners out in the crowd. If I need help, I'll tag a friend, but also with the PAE, the acquisition community. So as we're looking at that, what are we doing? So taking and for anybody that listened to Colonel Scott Schaefer this morning from the Maneuver Center of Excellence of what the TID does, going down the letters of the .mil-PF. So if I'm going to take that approach in the doctrine and training, a lot of what we're doing is operation and inculcating the lessons learned in the Ukrainian conflict, particularly with EW, Counter-UAS, how we need to operate and fight. We've been churning updates to some technical circulars, how we're adjusting our doctrine, and then informing what material capability that we need, right? So if we're taking the framework of if I'm concerned with protection, how do I keep from being seen? How do I not be understood if I'm seen? How do I not be hit if I'm understood? And then how do I survive? Really those first three of the emissions control, how do we bake into our material solutions, the ability to rapidly change frequencies, software-defined radio type things. For confusion, effects like obfuscation, the MEMS capability and other things that are out there that I can present EW signatures that look like the thing that they're trying to target but slightly offset or separate there and cause them to waste their fires. And then the prevention for being hit there, right? So the electronic attack components layered in with all of the rest of the kinetic fires. So a theme with this, and we're seeing it again with Ukraine and even recently with the what have you in Iran, is that there will always be something that gets through, right? If you're going to have a mass of things that are going there that are cheap there, we have to be efficient and layered in all the approach that we're taking. It turns out that every time I fire an EW system, the cost per bullet goes down every time I fire it. It's a joke, but also seriously. So with that, I'll hand it over to my partners, but very excited for any questions and feedback from the group.
Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ben Coughlin. I'm the MISCO Transformation Integration Sergeant Major. General Beck, Colonel Elsner, and I'm going to mess up your name, sir. I apologize. Sadvi. I appreciate the opportunity to be up here. So what I'm going to talk about is just foundational protection, all right? The Chief of Staff of the Army, the Sergeant Major of the Army, and everybody across talks about, hey, being brilliant at the basics. General Beck has then taken that and turned it into protection is everybody's business. If we look at protection as the functions under, there's 12 functional or tasks under there. MISCO doesn't own all 12 of those tasks. General Beck already talked about it. That's owned across the Army. So when we look at protection and we take it down to the base, the foundation of it, and before we do anything, we have to have a strong foundation. If you build a building, you need to make sure you pick the right foundation. So we already have that foundation in the United States Army. It's called basic training and BOLIC. And all of those tasks that we do in there, we talk about shoot, move, communicate. I've been in the Army for 22 and some change right now, and I've heard shoot, move, and communicate for the last 22 years. However, when we went into Iraq, we started finding out, hey, we needed to worry about medicate. So it changed to shoot, move, communicate, and medicate. Then we watched what happened over in Ukraine, and we said, hey, survivability is now a significant thing. So now it's shoot, move, communicate, medicate, and survivability. How we get after that is that we're training everybody how to put on camouflage, how to use cover and concealment, how to use noise and light discipline. And every officer and non-commissioned officer and soldier gets that in basic training in BOLIC. When they start advancing through PME, when they start advancing in their career field, now we just sit there and take that basic foundation of all of those tasks we've already talked about, and we shape them into each of their CMFs. And as they continue to move up through echelon, we are building a layered approach on that. So the biggest thing that I'm going to talk about is really my experience with protection. I was with the 82nd during the withdrawal, and I was also there when the Ukraine war kicked off. And the way that we have to do that is we have to look at it from an operational perspective. The 3-4 is within the 3 for a reason. The 3 and the 3 November, the Ops Sergeant Major are sitting there taking care of all the things across the division or the Corps. The 3-4 is sitting back listening to the entire staff, listen vertically, and listen to everything that's going on. And they're looking at risk to miss and risk to force. And when they take that, they're operationalized, they're listening to targeting, listening to intel, and they're taking that back. And they're building on what they learned at basic training and BOLIC, saying, hey, if I do this, hey, are they going to see me? Can I shoot them? And then can I move out? All right, so like, I ask you to change your mindset on that. It's everybody's business is protection, because we are in charge of the most precious asset that America has, America's sons and daughters. And if we do not protect them, all right, and that's making sure that they know how to do camouflage and move at night and not being seen, then it doesn't matter about whatever technology we have. And the Ukrainians, I've been over there, they will tell you the same thing. So I ask you to take that mindset that General Beck talked about and think about we need to protect those people before we even start moving or doing anything else. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I want to open up to any questions in the audience. We kind of covered a whole lot of information, but I'd like to know what other burning questions are out there when it comes to either foundational protection, operational protection, or the 4 key terms that Colonel Sadibi kind of highlighted, which is don't be seen, don't be understood, survive if hit, and avoid being hit.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate the panel and for being here. With all the proliferation of drones, particularly disposable drones at this piece, what are we teaching soldiers? What are we fielding around counter technology for on the maneuver? We're going to maneuver not like the Ukrainians do, but what do we see? What are we fielding? What's coming out either in the electronic spectrum or just the sort of the basic protection pieces?
So yeah, excellent, sir. So from the what we're fielding primarily to the EW soldiers, so TLS Manpack is the capability that's out there, and recently did a update of the 17 Echo. Those are the EW soldiers, their curriculum for employing those capabilities and getting there. Also at the division level, we're starting to see early prototypes for the TLS EW out at 4th ID, 25th ID, and some other capabilities out at 82nd. So I would say is we're on the leading edge of getting those material capabilities out there where our soldiers and formations can start from the EW perspective, really refining and integrating into the rest of the maneuver plan. I would emphasize that as we're doing it, back to the theme of layering of nobody's got the silver bullet, nobody's got a, hey, I've got my Manpack, I'm good to go, is, okay, hey, if that gets you 15 to 20% attrition on drones and other things that people are throwing at me, how am I incorporating that in the maneuver plan? How am I looking at the rest of the terrain? Am I making sure that my RF fields of fire, for lack of a better term, are clear? And then what are the other ranges? So I would say we're starting to get that stage where EW soldiers are getting that capability in hand and starting to incorporate into maneuver formations. And I'll pass it off to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks. From the foundational piece, I don't know if everybody's tracking this, but about 18 months ago, TRADOC, when they were still said, we're going to redo basic training, right? We need to change from where we're at. So there's been things in there. There's already battle drills. They're continuing being updated. They're being taught in basic training. But now that we're incorporating drones for 2 different things. At Fort Leonard Wood, I know that Fort Benny's doing it and other ones. They're throwing drones up there, and they're having the soldiers. So if they don't listen, right, hey, I just went out there, I made a foxhole. Now you have a drone, and we're really beating down that 360 degree, but not just in the circle. We're going for the sphere. So at Fort Leonard Wood, what's happening is we've developed a team within our training company that supports training. They will videotape it. Then they'll come out there and they'll show their trainees like, hey, you know, you were told to do camouflage. You were told to cover your heat signature. You were told to do all these things, right? Hey, you're all having problems. Here's a really bad day. And we're taking that feedback that's coming straight out of SAGU, it's going to CAC and everything like that, and it's based on what the Colonel just said as well. And that feedback is coming right back down to the COEs, and there's a whole bunch of testing and piloting going on and basic training. We don't have the right answer right now. However, something I will sit there that we're really getting after is the Sergeant Major Army Chief of Staff are really beating up EIB, ESB, and EFMB, and those tasks in there, all right, all of those things, now they're looking at throwing in counter-UAS stuff, and they're developing the battle drills on that.
And the only thing I would add to bring those two together is we're also looking at future formations. So how do we do things like fight the rear area of a division or a corps, and then how do we better align our processes from protection planning and execution with targeting? Because at the end of the day, targeting is a very known process that's been around a while, and targeting is absolutely focused on lethality forward. The reality, though, is most targeting isn't worried about what's going to kill you, it's what's going to limit your maneuver. And so it's integrating the protection planning and execution with targeting and training our staffs and different formations to do that. So it kind of builds on both of what these gentlemen said and really brings it back to that proactive piece.
What other questions do you have?
Hi there, Lindsay Linsky from the University of North Georgia. Hopefully we don't get feedback. So I'm excited to hear that basic training has starting to adapt. One thing that hasn't adapted much is the mandated ROTC curriculum in colleges, where, of course there's pockets of different things doing great work as we are at UNG, but I'm curious to know what your thoughts are in terms of what you think is most important for, officers to learn prior to commissioning.
Okay, so I'm going to get probably a little bit out in front of my skis, but I think I would answer that in two ways. I think first, we've got to remember what we're looking for those graduates to be ready to do, and it's more about a thought process. So I think if they understand, and I'll go back to what the Sergeant Major said, and this, so I have the opportunity to talk to every new lieutenant that comes through Fort Leonard Wood once a month, and I always tell them, if you're not sure about why you joined the Army, if you're not sure what it means to be a leader, I want you to go to a basic training graduation before you graduate from whatever school you're in. Because you get to see not only those young men and women that volunteered to raise their right hand, but you get to see their parents. You get to see what it means, the responsibility of what you're doing. So I say that because I think when you think about things like protection, that's not something that's widely understood. Everybody knows it's important, but it's kind of one of those things that just happens. And I think the thought process of how to integrate all of the warfighting functions is something that all the ROTC programs do. And I think if the graduates that leave from North Georgia or wherever can have that initial understanding, then I think our job is through BOLIC to teach them to, you teach them to be an officer, we teach them to be a platoon leader. Or a lieutenant. And so I think, I don't know if that answers your question, but that would be my answer. And I am not the Cadet Command Commander for a reason.
Hey, so, okay. Hey, ma'am, so obviously I have nothing to do with developing officers, but I would say this, to regardless whether you're an officer, I would say this to non-commissioned officers, my officer counterparts and everything. The one thing I think that we need to do is change the mindset, and we need to start saying whether you're a private, whether you're an officer, you need to be a student of warfare. You also need to be a student of history, right? So, like, what do I mean by that? I mean that, hey, looking at these battles, right? Europe's been around for a very long time. We fought over there for a very long time. We might have new technologies, but that's not going to change the way. If we actually look back, autonomous capabilities were used during World War II. Now, they weren't effective. Well, they are somewhat effective, but they're not as effective as how it is. So I would say for officers in there, regardless, anybody that wants to be a member of the United States Armed Forces needs to be a student of warfare and understand what history is, and then learn the basics of it. Like, if you can understand the basics, officers should have a good non-commissioned officer that's paired up with them that's going to say, hey, sir, ma'am, this is what I've seen through my time and experience, right? But if they understand what is the why behind it, Simon Sinek, I don't get paid for that at all, but I read a lot. He has great information. Understand why you're there. Understand that General Beck talked about what is such a great responsibility to be a leader and be in charge of America's sons or daughters. So, like, if you understand history, right, you will understand, hey, they did this thing and that ended up in this. I don't need to make that. We learn so much from history, so much from the blunders that we make, and we learn it through our job at protection, right? Hey, they didn't do this, and that's why that didn't happen. So I would say student of warfare and being a student of history, and then taking that and making sure you're invested every day and being engaged and having a willingness to learn and be humble enough to listen to everybody around you, and you'll be great. Because it's not about, I didn't make Sergeant Major on my own. My wife made it. She was senior to me, right? And all the people that I surrounded myself with, that's what made me successful. Somehow General Beck thought I was good enough to sit up here. It's probably because Colonel Elsner feels sorry for me. But that's my biggest thing. Be a student of warfare and be a student of history.
Absolutely. No, thanks so much. And the only thing I would add to that, right, in that same vein of emphasizing of if the nature of warfare is unchanging, but the character is what changes, right? The fundamental nature is what you're grounding them, and back into that student of history of everything. The mechanics protection is something that has to be considered and can be looked at in different contexts. And then with the more recent character, right, the one thing I would say, if there's a way to weave it in the curriculum, again, this is a bit of my cyber bias there, right, but a fundamental understanding of what the EMS is, right? So whether you're an infantry officer, again, spent the first half of my career as an infantry officer, loved it, whatever flavor of officer, EMS is not just for EW cyber guys, right? You need to have a fundamental understanding of how you're operating in that space. The technical details other people will figure out, but you need to understand the basics and be able to visualize how that impacts your operations. And that's what I would add.
Sir. Hi, my name is Randy Hill from University of Southern California. I was just curious whether your portfolio covers protection from blast and overpressure and the effects on mild traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And I think, so the short answer would be yes, because when you look at the different tasks that go with protection, there's absolutely a medical sense to that. And so we have done a lot of study at Fort Leonard Wood over the years and continue to partner with our medical partners and learn as much as we can. And frankly, we have an organization that deals a lot with the modernization of explosives and demolitions, and that is something that they have worked also with not only the medical community but the special ops community. Yes, 100%.
What other questions? Okay, so I'm going to go a little bit outside of what we planned on talking about, and I'm going to put General Beck on the spot a little bit, as well as Colonel Sadivi. We've got about 5 minutes, so we'll see if we can cover it all. One of the things that we included in our doctrine over the past 2 years is protection-enabling tasks. So some of those tasks are outside of the normal 12 proponents and the 16 legacy tasks, but they absolutely have that protection effect. So when we approach this discussion, simple things, security operations, screen guard cover, area security, all have that protection effect. I'm also reminded from certain commanders that those are maneuver tasks. Fully acknowledge that, but if you could go into some details, sir, and Don, about what protection enabling tasks mean to you.
No, I appreciate that. And so I think that's an important distinction because, again, back to we don't own protection. We synchronize protection. We talk all the time. Again, I just left the 5th Corps Warfighter, and as I talk to both 5th Corps and 3ID, I talk to them about what elements are you bringing into the protection discussion. Do you have a targeteer in there so that they understand how to enable what you're trying, with the protection effect you're trying to create? Do you have our cyber partners, our space partners, and frankly, all too often, a lot of those non-kinetic capabilities, we don't think about them universally. To include the professionals that work in that space will often say, well, that's classified at a higher level, particularly as we talk to space. And that's true in many, many cases. But when I was the DCGM for 3 Corps, I used to have this discussion with my non-kinetic space guy all the time. I'd say, can we do this? Well, yes, sir, I've got this system and it does. Brother, I don't care. I don't have the mental bandwidth for everything that you just said. The question I asked was, can you create the effect on the battle space at the time and place I want? Yes, sir, I can. Okay, that was the end of the discussion. Thanks. The point to it is there's a lot of expertise that's going to make protection successful. Back to the guard and the screen, those are clearly maneuver tasks. But it's got to be that mindset shift, because what they're doing is they're protecting the flank. They're providing early warning. They're facilitating movement and maneuver. That is what protection exists for. I had my big boss ask me recently, what do we do in protection that is just for protection? And I said, nothing. We do protection to enable something else on the battlefield. And so as long as we know we are supporting in all cases, we will think about it differently. And so it's back to the same ADA discussion I had earlier. It's not about who gets credit for it. It's, did we enable the maneuver commander to accomplish his or her mission? And if the answer is yes, and you create a protection effect, and I enabled you to do your mission because of that, and you want to take credit for that, have at it. Because it's about the ability to bring all of those effects and the skills that each one of our professionals like Don bring to the table that I will never be able to represent, but have to leverage to successfully enable the fight and mission success. So thanks, and Don, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. No, thanks, sir. And what I would add to that, if you put the framework of a protection enabling task or effect, almost every single EW task or function that is out there is a form of a protection enabling task. If I'm using S2AS to sense the environment, okay, that has a protection effect of seeing what my footprint in the EMS looks like to understand my exposure. If I am doing electronic tech, that is a protection against a drone, enemy, whatever capability preventing them from being seen. And when you frame it as a protection enabling task, all of a sudden, it's not me doing EW and say, hey, I did EW. It's who else knows what I've done, and how is that incorporated into my commander's maneuver plan and the protection plan. Because if I have a whole bunch of desynchronized effects that are doing great things, you have gaps and seams. So the effects that we generate in EW and cyberspace are only as good as their integration into a maneuver and protection plan. And so when you start thinking about that from a systems perspective, all of a sudden it helps that EW soldier warrant communicate, and that all of a sudden you're not talking the, hey, I was able to, hit this protocol at this thing and people's eyes are glazing over. It's the, okay, hey, I can get you 20% drone attrition at this range for this amount of time. Okay, hey, now you're starting to talk in a language that makes sense to a commander, and now you can be effective.
So I think that's about all we have. I want to give General Beck and the rest of the team an opportunity to say some final words.
So again, thanks for you all that came out and listened to this. Again, what I would ask, we have got to think about protection proactively, not just reactively. We've got to seize the initiative from, not lose the initiative to the enemy. And several of my fellow panelists have mentioned, we look at it in 4 different bins. First, not being seen. If you're seen, not being understood. If you're understood, not being engaged. And if you're engaged, surviving. We have done a lot of investment, a lot of important investment with all of you as industry partners on the survive aspect. We've got to keep that up. There's no doubt about it. But we've also, and the challenge I would give to all of you is, how do we think in the not being seen space? How do we think about that? How do we bring technology to bear so that we can, I won't say forget, because we'll never be able to forget, but we can potentially downplay some of the survive because our movement and maneuver is enabled because we're not seen. So if we can proactively protect and enable maneuver, again, we're always going to have to survive. There is no doubt about that. We're always going to have to shoot down that small UAS. But the reality is, if we're able to proactively protect ourselves, if we're able to prevent from being seen, prevent from being understood, and deny the enemy's freedom of maneuver, then part of protection is that movement and maneuver that we're just doing. So that's part of survival. We're not in one space for an extended period of time. So again, really appreciate the opportunity to talk today. Happy to stand by after the panelists are done. But we're really passionate about this. We think this enables maneuver at every single echelon for our Army and is critical. Often misunderstood, often mischaracterized, but critical to our maneuver force success. So thanks for coming out today, guys. Don, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. So again, thank you so much for inviting me. It's always good to start integrating, and really what I would emphasize is everything that T2COM, the PAE structure, is emphasizing, and what the Army is doing is getting everybody out of their stovepipes and to talk to each other, right? And I think this is a great example of, okay, hey, some people would ask, hey, what does cyber have to do with protection? Well, a lot if you think about it, right? So as we're tackling this problem and being able to fight in the new type of conflicts that we're seeing over in Ukraine, Iran, and other things, the only way that we're going to be able to move forward and to win the conflicts that we need to, which is all of them, it's a joke, is by working together and getting out of our stovepipes and start thinking about things not just in the way that we know in our functions, but integrated across the rest of the enterprise, and what is the holistic effect that we're bringing. Thanks so much for inviting me, sir.
Hey, the only thing I got is thanks for your time, and just please change your mindset. Remember that, like, protection is everybody's responsibility, and there's no greater responsibility than being in charge and leading America's sons and daughters. So, like, we have to actually put forth the effort, make sure that we synchronize across all the CMFs and everything like that. And if we do that, then we'll be unstoppable. But we have those gaps right now, and that's why protection is so important. And again, be a student of warfare and a student of history, because we're learning a lot. Iran, this invasion in Israel, or the attack in Israel, Ukraine, there's all these things out there, but if we don't pay attention to it, then we're going to repeat those mistakes if we don't pay attention to it, and that'll end up in the lives, and we can't, we're not ready for that, and nobody wants to sit there and have that American flag taken to somebody's house knowing that we could have taken action to protect them and be more proactive. So again, please remember that, like, it's everybody's responsibility, and we need to be proactive to protect our force. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Chris?
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready. Welcome to the Warriors Corner. The next panel, and I've been instructed to do it this way, is going to be Mr. Hai-Sing Seelin, Colonel Guy Yelverton, Mrs. Sarah Parker, and Mr. Kevin White, and they're going to talk to you about countering the threat, global operational support for Counter-UAS.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start by saying thank you for the host to putting this together, and to DEFCON C5ISR for hosting us. My name is Hai-Sing Seelin, and I'm the test integrator for the Joint Interagency Task Force 401. That's a mouthful. But for those who doesn't know what JAEDA 401 does, is that we are the Counter-UAS synchronizers for the DOW. I'm here to speak to you on some of the efforts that JAEDA is working. So right now we have 3 lines of efforts. Those are the Defend the Homeland, Warfighter and Security Personnel Lethality, and Joint Interagency Training. I'm going to speak to you about the last 2. Specifically from the point of science and technology. So warfighter and security personnel, we have one measure of effectiveness, which is delivering a state-of-the-art counter-UAS capability, the warfighter at home and abroad. That's it. With that stance, we have built a marketplace. So there's a counter-UAS marketplace that it's It's already online and growing. The idea there is to make sure that we have sensors, effectors, and mission capabilities all in one place for the warfighter and the interagency to be able to go there, read the capabilities, and be able to purchase counter-UAS technology. I want to note that these technologies are engineered to be effective while protecting the privacy and principles. So it's important that we minimize the data that we are collecting, and we compartmentalize that data to make sure that we're protecting industry's data on the marketplace. I would like to encourage you to read the Counter-UAS Operation Safeguarding Freedoms and Preserving Privacy. That is war.gov. So that way you can inform yourself a little bit more about that data privacy. The second line of effort that I want to talk to you is the joint interagency training and the efforts that we're doing there. We're here to offer test and evaluation support, planning, training, and policy development for the warfighter and the interagency. When JIADF stood up, the first event that we executed was Operation Clear Horizon exercise. During that exercise, there's a lot of lessons learned that was spun out from there. We had all the services, Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, counter-UAS technologies that were all in place, and that exercise allows us to understand the state of the counter-UAS and has been a source to inform decisions that the JIADF is doing afterwards. So it continues to inform what we're moving and working on. The next event that I would like to point out is recently we did a AMPHEL high-energy laser demonstration with the FAA to allow or to inform the FAA, the interagency, of what the lasers technology does and what doesn't do, and make sure that they understand the operations to accelerate the delivery of that capability to our warfighters. It's important to make sure that any events or any of the testing that you may be participating on, is that you have the right instrumentation, that you have the right data collection and analysis plan to make sure that we are consolidating all the knowledge and pass it on to make sure that the JIADF can consolidate it all and build that body of knowledge to inform the warfighter. Recently, we published the Common Criteria for Counter-UAS Characterization document, which currently is on the QE. However, we're working on the process to make sure that we can downgrade it to UNCLOS and be able to share across the board. Another step that we have done is that recently got signed a agreement between the UK MOD, Ministry of Defense, and the US to allow to share that data. So the counter-UAS technology can be freely shared among our allies. Lastly, the JIADF intends to publish and update the calendar of the events that we are looking to participate in. We're looking to keep an eye on. So that one is going to be published to make sure that industry and services keep track of what we are focusing our attention on. So with that, I would like to thank again the host to putting this together, and DEFCON C5ISR. I look forward for the Q&A once we get to the Q&A, and I'm going to pass it on to Colonel Jerverson for his remarks.
Thanks, Haising. So I'll start off the same way you finished, and I just want to say thanks to AUSA, the C5ISR team, and my fellow panel members for inviting me to join you this afternoon. So a great opportunity to come talk about counter-UAS. And just to introduce myself again, Guy Yelverton. I'm the Capability Program Executive for Defensive Fires, a new organization that just stood up in the last 5 weeks. We gain our heritage from the former PO missile in space, so I have all the air missile defense and counter-UAS capabilities of the former PO missile in space and the RCTO, the Rapid Capability Critical Technology Office, with their directed energy program office that falls underneath my portfolio as well. So that's what brings me here, is talking air missile defense, counter-UAS specifically. And when I look at counter-UAS, it is, I don't really need to state this, but I'll state it anyways, it's a real and growing operational requirement. Our focus is on delivering a layered, integrated, and affordable defensive architecture that combines sensors, command and control, fire control, kinetic interceptors, non-kinetic effectors, while working closely with soldiers and industry to move that capability to the field faster. You know, so this PA realignment that we've gone through, and I should highlight that CP Defensive Fires falls under Portfolio Acquisition Executive Fires. But under that PA realignment, this acquisition transformation that we're all going through, and it really draws the CPE and the Fire Center from the Aviation Missile Center closer together. Now, Sarah will tell you that, you know, as a PM for Storm and IFRCO in the past, I've always had a very close relationship with Sarah and Hunter Blackwell over there as we looked and moved S&T capabilities from S&T through what I've always called the trench of death, because it's a man-made obstacle that we put in our own way to get S&T into our programs of record. But by partnering together, we're able to transition those S&T capabilities into the program of record. But what this PAE realignment does is it brings us even closer together. It allows us to more succinctly and tightly look at our priorities, our requirements, and our resourcing to ensure that all three align so that we can get out after what the warfighter needs, what's critically needed. We're able to focus even tightly because we're under the same umbrella now. We look at that and we synergize between all that. But within CP Defensive Fires, within our counter-UAS portfolio, as the Office of Primary Responsibility for Counter-UAS Material Development, we have 5 lines of effort that drive us in providing capability to the warfighter in a timely manner. And those 5 lines of efforts are the Joint Urgent Operational Needs Statements, what's going on downrange today, say in the CENTCOM AOR. Our Homeland LOE2 is our Homeland and Specified Fixed Site, so think installation protection, not only in CONUS but around the world. Our counter-UAS batteries that provide that division commander divisional prioritization for him to protect his forces against the UAV threat. And then that's at the divisional level. We realize there's a gap there. As I look down into the formation within division, I need to think about the brigade and below. And so we created lines of effort 4 and 5 that get after the soldier and unit common counter-UAS capabilities. And when you think about especially the first 2 priorities, JUONS and HISFIS, that's where our partnership with JIATF 401 is incredibly tight. We were close together when it was the Joint Counter-UAS Office, and as they mature into the JIATF 401, that relationship becomes even stronger, because right now, in today's fight, we are working together to make sure we're providing capability to our warfighter in real time. I don't even want to say near real time, because the teams out there, I've given them some ideas, they've given us some ideas. We're out there getting capability to our warfighters on today. Great point. And we're looking for new capability. We're reaching out here across this floor, the other floors that are here within the Von Braun Center, looking for capability that we can provide tomorrow. That's how fast that we need to move to make sure that we're fighting that UAV threat that we're reading about in the newspapers and online. And then for that 4th line of effort, our soldier common counter-UAS capability, we don't want to hold all this to ourselves. Like we're sharing with JIATF 401, and we're partnering to protect installations in our deployed warfighters. For the soldier common capability, we're bringing in PAE ground maneuver ground, specifically the former PEO soldier teammates, and we're transitioning the soldier common capability off to that formation, because that's their bread and butter, looking at soldier common, soldier wearable, soldier borne capability. And so we're partnered up with them over this year, and we'll complete the transition at the beginning of FY27, but that doesn't mean we separate from them. We stay tied together because that capability needs to be integrated. The most important thing about our counter-UAS systems is that integration, where we can bring a component from any one of our vendors out here on the floor that are in the sense, decide, and act arena and bring them together on the fly. That's what JIATA 401's downrange doing right now. That's what our team's been downrange doing for the last couple of weeks, is bringing together sensors and effectors with our decision-making system, IBCS or IBCS maneuver or FAD-C2, whatever's downrange, we're integrating through that decision-making tool to provide that warfighter the capability to defeat the enemy before it gets inside their boundaries. And so with that integration, with those different components, there is no silver bullet. We're not looking for a silver bullet, a one-trick pony that answers all these questions. We've had a few competitions in the past year. We've got a few competitions ongoing right now that, as I've stood on the stage at those industry days, what I make sure that all of our industrial partners know is that I'm not looking for one vendor. I'm looking for many vendors to solve many different problems, to fill many different capability gaps, to fill in the cracks and the seams. And I need many production lines, because you can see the threat's out there and it's everywhere. This drone threat proliferates everywhere all the time, and we need to make sure that we can give all sorts of capabilities. So it requires many production lines, many capabilities, many sensors and many effectors to get the job done. And that's why the marketplace is so important to us. As we learn to work together on that one and support one another, that's going to be important to us as we move forward. But as I close, the most important thing is our partnership, not only with JIATA 401, not only with my S&T teammates, but with my industry partners, because you are where the ideas come from. Where if it's not S&T, as my former Army acquisition executive stressed to me, as I look for new handheld, soldier common, unit common, you have solutions today that are on the shelf that are being used around the world. That's where we need to go first and foremost. And as I take the S&T efforts that we're working on for our long-term programs of record, integrate that back into the program, that's where I get to work with industry through my S&T partners to bring that capability in to drive that to the warfighter as fast as possible. So my industry teammates, all of you all sitting out here, you are a key and essential piece to what we're trying to accomplish to get this counter-UAS capability to our warfighter as quickly as possible. And so again, I just thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to the Q&A, and I'll hand off to Miss Sarah Parker.
Thanks, Colonel Yelverton. Thanks also to AUSA for giving us the opportunity to talk about counter-UAS today. Just a brief introduction. As mentioned, my name is Sarah Parker. I'm the Deputy Director for the Fires Directorate within the Aviation and Missile Center, but I also am dual-hatted. I help lead the Army's counter-UAS IPT. It started as DevCom, but it's grown. SMDC is a part of that as well. You see behind me, I call it the wagon wheel. There's a name associated with each lab and center within DevCom and SMDC that represent core capabilities, core technologies, and competencies that are brought to the counter-UAS fight. And what was identified a number of years ago is everyone needs to be focusing on the drone threat. And all of our labs and centers need to be looking at what technologies can be brought to bear for that fight. And so we saw a need to try to culminate amongst the S&T community, but also to be a bit of a connection to industry. So you heard from JIATA talking about demonstrations, things they're trying to get fielded today, the marketplace. You heard from Colonel Yelverton on the Army side, the programs of record, and the JUONs that we're trying to help field things right now. And what I want to talk about on my side of things is the technology and also the expertise and where industry can plug into that. So you see names and faces maybe a little bit, but wanted to talk also about, how do we get technology across the Valley of Death? How do we get technology fielded, and where do folks plug in? And so what we really try to do is be very integrated into JIATA. So there's probably an Army S&T person, an Army lab person that is in every JIATA meeting that they have, and there's one every day, a couple a day. We want to just be really plugged in. We also try to be very plugged in with the Army, the PAE fire side. What's going on? What's new and emerging? What are the gaps? What can't industry do right now? What is not commercially available? Where do we apply resources, technology, funding to get after what the newer drone threats are? So that's in sense, decide, act, kinetic and non-kinetic, and directed energy as well. And so we've got just a little diagram here that shows what feeds, go back one if you would, just what feeds how we identify the technology gaps and the communities that help with that, and then leveraging a number of funding sources and do tech capability development with industry partnership and involvement, and really trying to bring folks in early to that and provide overmatch. Next chart, if you would. Wanted to just show a little bit and highlight, there in blue you see here are all the technology areas and systems and capabilities that address the drone threat that we have equities in and that we're working on. And so a lot of times when you think about S&T, you think about, well, that's a long ways away. But we really try to bring expertise to support as evaluators for GIADF experimentation, as well as tech expertise to support programs that are in the program offices, as well as looking 5 years, 10 years ahead and saying, okay, where are we with power? Where are we with extending the range? Where are we with the cost overmatch problem? How do we get after that? And so we have our kind of traditional lanes, but we also have some of what we call Fight Tonight. And I wanted to really just pass it over to Mr. Kevin White and let him share about, a lot of you know about our tech development and some of our longer term efforts, but I want to give him a chance to talk about some of the things that the labs and specifically C5 is doing to support the GIADF and the Army to help today with some of the nearer term missions. So take it away, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, Fight Tonight's obviously a big deal. We love to stay ahead of the threat of tomorrow and prepare to fight tomorrow. But with the speed of the UAS threat and the counter-UAS mission space, evolving Fight Tonight's pretty mission critical. So the group I lead at C5ISR, we provide operational support for that. It's a lot of boots on ground. It's around the world deployed with the warfighter. And our job is a few different things. Focus primarily on making sure that we're bringing threat-realistic red teaming and those representative adversary threats into the different missions that might be required for some of what was mentioned to the folks to my right for experimentation or the competitions or a warfighter training event or even a vulnerability assessment. Can Erbil Air Base see all the drones they need to see? And if there's a gap in the layered defense, for example, right now with the real-world things going on, let's find that gap and get it filled quickly, working with GIADF and others that have those really rapid acquisition authorities. So on the counter system side for experimentation, can the counter system see what they need to see? Can they defeat what they need to defeat? And then, like was mentioned, there's no silver bullet. Nothing's 100% effective. So let's see what level of success they have and then help the folks to my right identify what else might be needed in that layered defense onion to fill those other gaps. So our group doesn't just bring the threats and fly them arbitrarily, but operating them with the TTPs you might see in a forward deployed environment through real world, higher level classified reporting, or even what's unclassified. There's a lot of stuff out there on social media that gets dropped, right? And we try to replicate that in the events. Also for training and exercises, those are really good because we're working with the warfighters and we're getting their feedback firsthand on how these counter systems are operating and how it might be enabling or impacting or negatively affecting their ability to shoot, move, communicate, and do their other job. At the soldier level, once you get below air defense, you're not going to find so many guys or gals where their full-time job is counter-UAS. They're infantry, they're maneuver support, they're a medic even. So they have a job they have to do full-time, and counter-UAS is supposed to enable that job, not inhibit that job. And we get that real-time feedback and feed it back to 401 and to the S&T group and say, here's what we're hearing from warfighters from what they're saying. And then also let them develop their TTPs and response procedures against the UAS threat, because we might be coming at them with things like the fiber optics and the FPVs, and really gets them the sets and reps they need to build that critical muscle memory. So when the real thing happens, like the last 3 weeks in CENTCOM, to operate at the speed they've needed to operate in that forward deployed environment, that needs to be muscle memory at this point. You can't be doing that the first time. And getting the sets and reps to build that muscle memory is what we bring to the fight. And then the third piece, and then we'll pause for question and answer, is the layered defense, the installation, the vulnerability assessment side. And I'll just mention one in the news because Fort McNair was in the news recently for some potential incursions. It was all over open source. Our job is to go to an installation like that in the homeland or forward deployed and try to find those gaps before the adversary finds them. And when we find those gaps, make a recommendation to GIADF or others what might be needed, whether it's a radar or an effector or something non-technical, better camo, better hardening, better training. They have the equipment they need, but the security forces don't quite know how to use it. Get that feedback and then let them make those really quick iterative improvements to improve their ability to fight tonight. And then if something comes up where they need another piece of technology, feed that right back to JIATF 401, who's been really great leveraging their new authorities that they've been given to get stuff bought, get it fielded, and get in the warfighters' hands really, really quickly. We were going to leave 10 minutes for questions, and we're right on the dot. Look at us.
I know. All right. Well, so I was just going to say, appreciate the time to let us explain everything, and we wanted to open the floor for questions if anybody had any.
Thank you. I don't know if this is the right way to ask the question, but where is your proving ground? I know you've got all these ideas, and you've said you're all over the world. So is there a proving ground, or should there be a proving ground close by?
Yes, so the DOW has a number of ranges and proving grounds that they are established. And the reason why we don't have a single point is if the counter-UAS technology that we're trying to test and develop is, let's say, a soldier mounted. I don't need a big airspace and ground space that is not being utilized. Or if I'm going to go try to shoot a drone that has some kinetic or explosive, then not all ranges will be able to accommodate everything. So if I'm going to try to do techniques that they're classified in the spectrum, I cannot do it in the same range that I'm going to shoot 360 degrees, 30 mic, for example. So the problem is representing or selecting one range limits the DOW in order to facilitate all the spectrum that the counter-UAS needs to be evaluated. So to answer your question, there are the DOW's ranges will be primary. We'll go to any other range that the interagency is using, as long as the data is being collected in a manner that is meaningful and will inform the warfighter. So instead of selecting one, there's multiple that they're the primary, but they're not the only one. The JIATF will look at any event anywhere.
Could I just follow up on that? So how do you, proving ground may have been a limited way, but you need to have these things proved in the hands of whoever is going to use these capabilities, and that's my question, follow-on question. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's great, and that is a good segue to how I was going to pile on Hai-Sing's answer anyway. So part of it is the controlled, somewhat controlled environments at Yuma or White Sands Missile Range or what have you, that Hai-Sing's group is really great. And then when there's a certain down select and things have been selected to maybe go forward deployed or even sent to the southern border, now there's another proving ground. I've done thousands of missions for Counter-UAS in the last 10 years of doing this full time. I've never seen a sensor or effector operate the same way in two different places. It just doesn't exist. To take the Army term, MET-TC, right? There's the terrain, there's the RF environment. It's hot, it's cold. Do they operate when it's foggy? Do they not operate when it's foggy? And so you have to then ultimately field them where they might be intended to operate, and then get some good data on, all right, this one's really good in cold terrain, which we just support an event in Alaska through Indo-PACOM on. They want to know in Alaska what works really well when it's negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit, and we support an event there. And then maybe this sensor might work really well in a desert. This one might work well in a mountainous terrain like South Korea, and then get all that data and then further feed that to the marketplace and other things like JIATF. So then when you ultimately go in there, the soldiers, ideally at the end of the day, will be able to see, all right, this one worked pretty well in triple canopy. This one worked well in hot weather. This sensor integrates well with that effector to make a good layered defense from that good feedback that's fed back into the marketplace to help make those decisions. But ultimately, you're spot on. You have to evaluate not just in a controlled environment, but where it's going to be fielded with the soldiers that are going to be operating it, because that's what it's designed to do at the end of the day, right?
And I'll add to that. So we're doing all that, and you hit the two ranges that we use the most for proving out, qualifying components and pieces and parts. But the other thing we're doing in the Army is the transformation and contact. So we're buying equipment. Soldier Common is the easiest one I can hit on right off the bat, and we're fielding that equipment to transformation and contact brigades. Let's see what month this is. March. So we've hit about 9 brigades already, providing them kit that they're using at the National Training Center, at the JRTC, or they're deploying with it and actually using it in combat operations. And we're getting all that feedback from the warfighter that's using the actual equipment. Feedback of, do you like this? Do you want more of this? What other TTPs could you use, or what would be better to use? And we take that back into our next competition. So we're actually getting information back from the warfighter using it in their brigades, in training environments or actual combat environments as well. Not just the demonstrations, experimentations, everything we're talking about. We're covering the entire gamut. And I would say, to go to the other end of the spectrum, industry also has their own ranges. And we're going out with them as the material developer, going out to their facilities and observing the equipment firsthand, up front and early, and then allowing that, and then moving that forward faster as well, because we're learning as early as we can with our industry partners. So we're covering the entire spectrum from birth to in the soldier's hands and getting feedback and making the system, the components, the pieces, the parts better and better and better.
Last thing I'll add is
Gotcha.
JIADF is setting testing standards right now. That's one of the primary goals that they've set this year. Is we're going to have a list of these are the expectations, so that a company doesn't come to a test event and say, I did this, but somebody say, oh, this wasn't a very good test, it wasn't very representative. And C5 has a group, and they partner with AVMIC as well in creating the threat representative drones. And so we're not just going against DJIs that have limited capability. We're trying to really represent what we're seeing out there.
Okay, would you comment on how you work with DHS, and also how you're coordinating or working with the National Counter-UAS Training Center here at Redstone?
Great question. So right now, the interagency, General Ross has selected folks, and right now there's some folks from the interagency CBP is sitting at our office on a daily basis. There are members within the divisions on the JIADF that they are in meetings with DHS, making sure that we are stepping, knowing what each of us are doing. We are aware, we have the point of contact, and we're in communication with the SNT community within DHS. And that's how we are partnering with the not only DHS, it's also the interagency, FAA. We're in the process of getting agreement to get them into our workspace to make sure that we streamline some of the coordination and facilitate, again, it's to agilize and get speed to deliver that capability tomorrow to the warfighter. And there's all the red tape that needs to be cut, that we are sitting side by side to make sure that we're all tracking how to pass the ball and nobody's dropping that ball.
So for the other part of your question, I see your hand, sir. FBI. So we have an MOA here between the FBI, the JIADF, and CP Defensive Fires, PA Fires, for co-use of, there are ranges here on the installation. There are unique capabilities that the FBI has built here that we can utilize to test some of our capabilities, but they also, it's not a one-way street. They're gaining information from us because we're able to do more development, R&D than they can, and so we're learning from each other. And so it's a great partnership that we have here on post as well, to your question, sir.
Yeah, hi, Ken Kreitzer, CamVets Media. When you say ready to fight tonight, it sounds like what the leadership in South Korea is always saying, General Brunson and General Lombardo. Is the threat from drones particularly acute with North Korea? They have always talked about artillery from North Korea, but would drones be another key threat that the Army has to consider?
You go ahead.
Yeah, we have a pretty standard saying at this point that from asymmetric adversaries to peers and near peers, everyone has access to it, and you should safely assume if we're going to be in a combat battle space with anyone for the foreseeable future, unmanned systems from ground to maritime to air will be part of the fight. You want to add or have a wrap-up comment?
All I would just say is that I think that threat could come from anybody. in the homeland, outside the homeland, anybody. So I would be wary of any adversary having the capability of UAVs, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My question is, how much of a simulated environment are you using to test and integrate to evaluate any systems gaps instead of an actual virtual environment to test?
Yeah, so there's multiple approaches, both from cleaning the environment to make sure that you understand the capabilities that you are measuring, because sometimes when you have clutter, you don't know if the system is performing great because the environment is too noisy, or the system is performing poorly because the environment is too noisy. So you have to go and test and understand what is the variable that you're trying to measure, pay attention to that variable, and fix all the other ones so you can really learn. However, there are multiple techniques in order to simulate the environment, both from electromagnetic environment through temperature and weather, like Kevin mentioned. They supported a test in Alaska, so cold is one of those measure of performance that we need to hit. So going to a site that has the environment is key to make sure that we are learning how that system is going to perform in that environment. Does that answer? Okay.
All right, I just got nominated to wrap up. So I appreciate the time. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about Counter-UAS and how important it is. As you can hear, it's the teaming that solves the problem. It's the teaming with industry for all of us that solves this problem and gets our warfighters the capability they need as quickly as possible. And they need a lot of it, and they need it incredibly fast. So I appreciate your support, and we'll be on the side if you have any other questions. Thanks. Have a great day.
CPE A&E, along with his teammate, Mrs. Caitlin Tanney, Deputy Project Manager, Maneuver Ammunition Systems, CPE A&E, and Colonel Vincent Morris, Project Manager, Close Combat Systems, also CPE A&E. And their panel is Counter-UAS at the Tactical Edge and Lethality for Small UAS.
Sir, thank you for that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jason Bohannon. I am the Capability Portfolio Executive for Ammunition and Energetics up at Picatinny Arsenal. I think if many of you are paying attention to the PAE CPE construct, the CPE for Ammo and Energetics is what was known as the JPEO for Ammunition and Armaments up at Picatinny. So today on the stage with me, I've got Ms. Caitlin Tanney, who's the acting Deputy for PM Maneuver Ammunition Systems and the PM for Close Combat Systems. So real briefly, I'll talk about CPE A&E and our organization, and then I'll turn it over and we'll talk about Counter-UAS at the Tactical Edge. So in our portfolio, we've got a handful of PMs. We've got PM Maneuver Ammunition Systems. In that portfolio, we have all the small caliber. We have all the medium caliber. So think 25, 30 millimeter, 40 millimeter cannon munitions. And then we also have large caliber who does tank ammunition, and they also do non-standard ammunition, and they source from all around the world to help our allies and partners. My second PM is PM Combat Ammunition System. So this is all my indirect fire. Think artillery, think mortars, think precision guidance systems and kits that go on those munitions. PM Close Combat, which is Vince's portfolio, really has 300 plus products in it. Has everything from shoulder launch munitions, hand grenades, pyrotechnics, flares and chaffs, but he's also getting into some pretty interesting lethal payloads, which we're going to talk about today, in addition to terrain shaping options. And the last product lead that we have in the CPE is called PL Joint Services. They're responsible for modernization of the contractor-operated ammo plants. So today I'm going to turn it over and kick it off with one of our rock stars, Caitlin.
Okay, good afternoon. Caitlin Tanney, Deputy for PM Mass at CPA&E. And I know I am between you and probably your next happy hour, so I'll be sure to entertain you and as well as provide you with good information. Go to the next chart. So we are sitting in the center of what is probably missile central, and we all know how important missiles are to the fight. We see it in the news, but there's also a point where missiles can't get after every munition, every threat. So we need to supplement that with something that we already have within our formations. Missiles play a critical role in what we're doing against a threat in our current situation and in the future. We also have to recognize that we don't have the capacity, nor should we be using missiles for every threat we see that's from an aerial perspective. There is things to consider, not just cost, but also logistical burden, collateral damage, magazine depth, and also just where are we fighting? Where are we getting those missiles to? How do we get them there? How does our industrial base really handle the capacity that's needed for something like missiles? So this is where we know missiles play an important role, but we also need to supplement that role. Should we be using missiles for a Group 1? Maybe if it is protecting an asset that is way highly valuable, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe this is just a surveillance mission and that we need to make sure that our formations in the field are protecting that. So this is where ammunition comes in. So ammunition is playing a critical role in counter-UAS. And if we go to the next chart, nothing new with proximity fusing. Proximity fusing has been around since World War II. You can read books about it. It's in missiles, it's in mortars. So that's not the novel part. What's novel is that we are taking this proximity fuse capability and we are miniaturizing it into a very small form factor. We're taking your Bradley fighting vehicle and creating a counter-UAS capable by using the armament that is already on the system. We're taking the infantry soldiers who already have Mark 19s within their squad and providing them with counter-UAS capability. So what is proximity fusing? Proximity fusing is a radar that is within the munition that is going to detect something. So this isn't new. Hand sanitizers have prox radars, but what's different is it's going to withhold the gun force, the environmental standards that are needed in ammunition. So it's going to, the G-force from a weapon system of 30 millimeter is nothing like this hand sanitizer. So what is important about it is that we are looking for vendors and industry partners to help get after this miniaturized proximity fusing. This is the future. There is no, you have to hit the round to kill it. You have to hit the threat to kill it. You just need to get into the vicinity of that. So that is what we're doing here at CPE A&E. We are taking legacy ammunition, testing that we've already accomplished, and really innovating at the round. We can't be fielding new weapons and new platforms into every formation. There is a space for air defense, and it holds, we've seen that in wars in the past, but we also, it's everybody's problem now. So we can't depend on just the air defense mission to protect our airspace. So we go to the next chart. So what have we been doing? So as I said, we've pretty much proliferated our formations with this proximity fuse technology. We are taking systems that have been in the field for decades. Let's take the Bradley. I know we've all been trying to replace the Bradley for about 3 decades now, but it's still in our formation. And what we saw in Ukraine is that it plays a pivotal role in our formation. The Bradley's putting up a good fight, but you know what the biggest threat to the Bradley was? The UAS, and it still is. So in our next war, or in our current war, as you see all over social media, UAS is a threat and it's not going away. So what can we do with the weapon systems and the platforms that we already have? And so this is what we're doing it. So I'm not going to go through all of this chart, but it really just describes, we're doing this across medium caliber at the moment. So we're taking missile technology, mortar technology, and we're miniaturizing it in medium cal capability. Medium cal helps ammunition. Medium cal ammunition is in all the joint force, the Air Force, the Marines, the Army, the Navy. All of them are using a medium cal weapon system on their platforms. What started this was what we're called 30 mic, and I know they brought it up in the previous briefing, where this is the first medium cal technology that was put into the field with this prox fusing. It's supporting MLIDs, it's supporting the Marine Corps' MADIS, and it's also supporting our aviation community with the Apache. Because we were able to miniaturize this capability, we're turning our legacy systems into something that can also be in the fight for counter-UAS. Where we started with 30 millimeter for Apache and MLIDs and M-SHORAD and MADIS, we proliferated to the Bradley. We're looking at the Stryker and weapon systems on Navy ships, as well as our 40 millimeter within the Mark 19. Go to the next chart. So it's only a cool briefing if there's cool videos, and I probably will eat my words when they don't work. But if we could try to click through the videos, yes. So this is 1211. This is our 30 millimeter. This was a test. The former JIAD, what is now JIADF, which was the Joint Counter-UAS Office. We did a demonstration where that 30 millimeter, which typically was on the Apache, is now on ground systems, was demonstrated against a Group 3 in that instance, and defeated it. The other video, of course not. We go back. So there, another video was a quadcopter. One shot, it looks like it hit it, but it just comes within proximity. So that's the benefit you're getting. What's better, the PK is always higher when you don't have to hit it. You just have to get into the proximity of the threat. So those are just some cool videos and pictures of that is what it looks like when it's bursting on that UAS right before it comes down, and the fragmentation that is taking down that UAS. Go to the next chart. So our partners at PA Fires just said this. Counter-UAS is everybody's mission. It is not just one PAE. It is not just one center of excellence. It's not just one industry partner. Every single person who's playing within the DOW has the responsibility to have counter-UAS in their formation. So there is different onion levels, different layers. We start at the soldier. They're calling it soldier common. So yes, there is sensors and soldier common things, but there's also every soldier in our formation holds a weapon. So how can we turn that weapon into something that could also defeat UAS if it's the last line of defense? We also have it within the unit common. So in a brigade, everyone has Bradleys. Most brigades have Bradleys. So how do we take that Bradley? And while that's not a dedicated air defense, it's still protecting the formation. And as we go up from, so brigade and below, and then upwards and supporting the air defense community with the MLIDs and the MSHORAD. So as a dedicated air defense, we will have those missiles on it, but we also have that force protection with that 30mm weapon system that's going to be able to provide that force protection from the vehicle as well as air defense if we aren't using the asset of the missile. And then, of course, like I said, missiles will always play an important role in our fight, and there is a place for them, and we're going to need them, and we're just supplementing that in the counter-UAS fight. So with that, we talked about how we could take down the UASs with bullets, and I will pass it over to Colonel Vince Morris, who's going to tell us how we're going to take down UASs with other UASs.
Caitlin, thanks. I got to be honest with you guys. I was worried about this early on when I heard that I was going to have to follow Caitlin. If you guys aren't from Picatinny, then you could understand like the reservations I had about following her. But hey, my name's Colonel Vince Morris. I'm the PM for Close Combat Systems at Picatinny Arsenal, New Jersey. I see a lot of our industry partners out there. Appreciate you guys taking the time to swing by. And if you haven't been to Picatinny, hey, I take the opportunity to invite everyone here that works in industry. If you think that you got a solution or capability that fits into our portfolio, please take the time to try to get up to the Arsenal. Really nice place to be. I like to call it the jewel of New Jersey, Picatinny Arsenal. Next chart. So we got a video.
Only.
Yeah, I didn't even realize we had music on the video, so that was news to me. There you go. But hey, again, we're here to talk about small U.S. lethal payloads. Really, if you look at the first chart here, I really want to get right into the challenge, right? The challenge for us is really how do we deliver at scale, right? As you can see from the video, those are numerous experimentations that we've done in different places with lethal payloads. But really what it comes down to, again, is delivering at scale. To deliver at scale, to me, the first thing we've got to do is get the architecture right? If we mess up the architecture, it makes it almost impossible for us to deliver at scale. And what we have, what we're doing to try to get that architecture right is we've defined the integration standards through the Picatinny Common Lethality Integration Kit design standards. And really, those standards are readily available to our industry partners. I know a lot of our the UAS vendors are here in the audience, and they've already gotten that stuff, and they've started to take a look at it. But again, to me, if we're going to be able to deliver at scale, we got to get the architecture right. Next chart. So hey, here what you see is really what we're trying to accomplish by establishing that architecture. You can see on the far right side of the chart, we've got best of breed payloads. A lot of the UAS vendors that are out here in the audience, you guys have seen through Drone Dominance, the PBAS down select just recently. The Army's direction has changed a little bit in how we're doing this, right? We really are going after best of breed capability, right? And on the payload side, the fusing side, the safe and arm side, and the delivery mechanism side of the equation, we're trying to do the same thing. We're trying to go after best of breed, right? And in the center of that, you can see on this chart, is the Picatinny Common Lethality Integration Kit, which are the design standards for the physical connection, the power, and the data. And that's really that conduit that really allows us to get to where we want to be, right? Which is the UAS vendors focusing on what they do, which is making best of breed UAS. And on the payload side or the fusing side, the payload vendors, the fusing vendors, focus on what they're good at, delivering fuses and payloads that when they show up to the Army, we don't have to go through a whole integration or ground zero integration, bench level integration event every single time. And I'll be honest with you, right now, that's what we're doing. hey, I know we can do it. We've demonstrated it a million times. The real problem is how do we scale it? And to me, we scale it through Picatinny Common Lethality Integration Kit, those design standards for power, data, and physical connections. And on the PBAS side, the folks who are in that space, those Class 1 UASs, I think you guys are very aware. We have started to, or we are pushing the small universal payload interface as being that government-owned interface. And I know we get a little bit hesitant sometimes when we start talking about government-owned. But listen, here's the deal. The only thing that we want to own is the interface, right? We want you guys to be able to design and innovate on each side of the interface. So again, when things show up, the integration level doesn't have to be a ground zero event again. To me, vision, nirvana, I like to say, is what I tell my guys. Some of them are sitting over there. Is that, hey, I've got 3 tables with 3 different UASs and 3 different payloads. I can take payload A and integrate it with UAS C, and that can happen very rapidly, and that's where we're trying to get to. And again, this standard that we're identifying, the Picatinny Common Lethality Integration Kit design standard. And again, at the end of my chart, you'll see I got a QR code. So if you don't already have it, you can download those design standards, and they're distro A. We're trying to be open Komodo with industry on this. Next chart. So going back to that delivering at scale, right? This is a chart that I kind of built to try to articulate this, right? I think to articulate what we're trying to do, first you got to kind of talk about how we typically do things, or how we've done things in the past in the acquisition community. And I see a lot of our vendors out here, so when I walk through this scenario, I think everybody will be really familiar with it. We spend 5 or 10 years developing and testing. We come out of that, we lock into a sole source vendor. After we lock into a sole source vendor, we buy it forever. Does that sound familiar? I think it does, right? Yeah, typically it does, right? That's how we do business. Again, we are flipping that paradigm, right? And and I think it's evident to a lot of folks that are in the industry now. If you look again at drone dominance, how we address PBAS, how we are addressing, and again, I'm not a UAS guy, but how we, how we're looking at, class 2, class 3, and class 1 UAS over at PM UAS, right? Going after buying best of breed, so that way, these things are blue list qualified, and we're constantly being able to adopt or select what that best capability is, right? And then if you look up here, I've got 3 different kind of lines of effort: the UAS, the autonomy stack, and the payload, right? Again, I'm gonna keep harboring on it. That architecture, and to me, it's that Picatinny Common Lethality Integration Kit design standard that we're making available to industry, is that thing that allows us, again, to allow those vendors who specialize in those things to focus on the things that they're good at, show up to us with stuff that we can integrate rapidly. Next chart. So here again, I just want to put this chart up, and again, if you guys work in industry, I think this is a good chart for you to take a picture of, and I'm not going to go through the whole chart, but real quickly, really what this shows you is, hey, this is where we, the government, are making investments, right? And also on the other side of it, it's where we think industry could make some investments. And I don't have my glasses here. I'm gonna look over my shoulder. But so like for the first thing up here is really adopting the design standards, right? I think we're getting a lot of our industry partners to start to adopt those design standards, because when we show up to these integration events, I'm starting to see vendors who are fully integrated with either Click, or on the small side, they've got SUPE interface standards incorporated in their design. Again, we're looking for people who can really focus on weapons release systems. Hey, I'll be honest with you, and I see Mr. Grisano back there who leads our Armament Center. I've told our Armament Center people, hey, we don't need to be working on drop systems. The industry's got it. They got it. I see it. I've walked around here all day and I see it. You guys can develop droppers. We don't need to spend money on that. So we want to adopt industry solution on droppers, right? SUPE circuit cards, payload side, UAS side, we are rapidly getting that TDP together so we can get it out to industry. We're looking for people who can build that for us. Low cost, high voltage ESADs, of course, that's an area we're looking for. And then the last thing I would say is that, we're also looking for people to take some of the stuff that we've developed in the Armament Center, push it out to industry and have people produce it at mass. And that's another area where I think folks can help us out. Next chart. So hey, just in conclusion real quick, and I'll try to be brief here. again, you know, our strategy is to create that architecture so our industry partners can focus on the things that they're good at, and we create that environment where when you show up, we're prepared to help you integrate with whatever UAS, if you're a payload vendor, or payload if you're a UAS vendor. So the amount of test and qualification that we have to do is minimal. And again, I've got points of contact up here for the folks in my office that lead these efforts. And again, on the far left, you can see Picatinny Click, QR code for that documentation. The SUPI, Small Universal Payload Interface, documentation's in there for PBAS. So please make sure you get a copy of that, and look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Caitlin and Vince. So we only have a few minutes. We'd like to open it up to the audience and field as many questions as possible.
I think the click concept is really awesome. Have you considered that, you know, each payload, each UAS is designed with an ESC that has certain flight conditions that only pertain to one size payload? Does that make sense? So, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I guess the thing that I would say is this, right? Like yes, you know, if you look at the Picatinny Click design standards, it does leave flexibility for us on the government side to account for the fact that not all UASs are the same size. There's a big difference between a Class 1 UAS and a Class 3 UAS.
Right.
So what you require from a payload integration side on a Class 1 UAS is much less, and that's why we've adopted Small Universal Payload Interface and provided those design standards to industry for that. But if you look at Class 2, Class 3, it is a little bit different when you start talking about larger UASs.
Yep. So the Class 1 UAS is if you take one payload and you think that you can plug, you know, another vendor's payload into the UAS and it's going to fly with the same standards. I think there's some misconception out there about that. I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you, right? But my point is, like, right now, just the way we're doing it now, every time a payload shows up with an ESAD, we're doing bench integration. So agree with you. There may be some things that we have to do as we standardize the payload side and the UAS side interface. But at least now, if I'm industry, I know what the pinout is. I know what the physical connection points are. I can start working on my side, the payload side, to make sure that when I show up, at least I'm that much more closer to being integrated with the UAS side of the equation.
Hey, thanks for the panel. It was, I guess some people hold it too far away, some too close. But is it part of your portfolio? Have you thought through taking some ordnance or systems and putting them on the Army's existing large UAS, Group 4?
Yeah, long story short, if you looked at our charts earlier, we had a couple different things that we're working wholeheartedly. Like our approach right now on this is what we consider a crawl, walk, run. So we're looking at legacy stuff. So we're definitely looking at all of our legacy munitions. Now, of course, when we start to talk about integrating and dropping our legacy munitions in a way that they haven't been dropped before, there are things that we have to do, like a mortar round, an artillery round, safe and arm on those rounds, perform a certain way because of the conditions in which they're launched. So we are actively working ways to overcome those safe arm devices on those munitions to be able to drop them. And I will tell you, from a Class 2, Class 3 UAS perspective, on our side as the payload owners, we see the first iteration of this potentially being legacy mortar, legacy artillery, drop from UAS. While he's taking the mic, I'll keep talking, all right? So another thing, too, right, as you talk about that, right, there's tamer impacts, right? Like we have a certain amount of ammunition that we have to have on the books based on, our current INTO, and as we start to incorporate our legacy munitions as potential lethal effects that we're delivering from UAS, there's going to be tamer impacts, too, and how we make sure that we have the right inventories on hand. Over.
Yes, Chief Nakamura from the 82nd. We've been doing some training with the Counter-UAS systems and the MLIDs and the proximity rounds. I was wondering if there's anything in the works to deal with fast-moving Group 1 UAS. Like, we worked with an artillery unit. They were able to use it to destroy Group 2 and Group 1 quadcopters. But once we got into the FPVs and they started moving at 90 plus miles an hour, they didn't detect them until about 300 meters out, and then they couldn't lock on to get a proximity close enough to get a round out. So we essentially defeated them with those. And seeing what Ukraine and Russia are doing with the hunter-killer aspect, other fighting forces are going to move into that and see that they can defeat our systems with that. Do you have something in the works to attack fast movers, essentially?
Yes, absolutely. So the biggest thing, and you had mentioned, is really the radar, right? In order to be able to track it, that's the only way we can slew to cue the gun into it. So that is step one. Is some of the systems that were currently fielded, they were fielded for a very niche, and I think there was a lot of assumptions because we did it quickly, we got them to the field quickly, and they're great capability, but we had to make some sacrifices, and I think from the radar as well as the ammunition. So the ammunition software and how it detects the radar, it is currently tailored to a specific mission. So as that mission changes, there's going to have to be change to that software on what that radar sees. But as with every basics of a radar, if your field of view is wider, then your depth is smaller. So it's a balance, and there is next generation procs that is already in missiles and in mortar type rounds. But the real problem within armaments is that it's the miniaturization. How do you get the power that's required to have more fidelity in that radar? And we're talking about a radar that's this big. So it's really a technology challenge and from the miniaturization. But I think step one is the higher fidelity radars to be able to properly be able to track at speed and then slew the weapon system to get to that.
Okay, I think we're wrapping up. I just want to leave everybody with the Chief of Staff of the Army's statement as recent as last week. Every soldier needs to be able to shoot at a UAS with something effective, and every soldier needs to be able to fly a UAS. So that's something we're all dealing with right now. And kind of to reiterate some of the points that Caitlin and Vince made today, it's all about layered protection, right? There's no single silver bullet that's going to do it all. The munitions we're talking about, many of them are innovating at the rounds that exist or the systems that exist today, but it's very complementary and should be to missiles and exquisite bespoke solutions that we go after to defeat this threat of the future. Thank you all for coming.
if I could ask you to please move to the side with your questions so we can get set up for the next presentation. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started. I think our panel is set. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panel will be presented by Brigadier General Freddie Adams, MIC Commander, Mr. David Dentino, Assistant Sec Army for IE&E, and then Colonel Devin Panula, Chief of Facilities Modernization for AMC. And they will talk to us about commercial construction best business practices.
Okay. So why did the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff of the Army want to go down this route? You know, so there's a lot of reasons, which we're going to cover. I'm going to cover it from kind of the strategic level, and then I'm going to pass it off to Colonel Penaluna, and then General Adams is going to talk about how this is actually being implemented in the field. So the first thing that the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff of the Army were concerned about was, you know, we need to modernize our infrastructure, right? I don't think that is a surprise to anybody. What comes as a surprise to some people, and I think it did to the Secretary when he showed up, was our infrastructure is $150 billion behind. So what do I mean by that? I mean our infrastructure, we have deferred maintenance, we have deferred sustainment, we have deferred the types of things that we need to do to it to keep it operating at its correct capacity, at its correct quality, to the tune of about $150 billion over the years. And so you hear that amount and you're kind of like, well, what do we do about that? And, you know, to be frank, within the installations community, you know, we kind of shrug our shoulders a little bit at it, if you will, right? Because it's such a big number. And you think to yourself, well, you know, we can chip away at that, but there's no way to really get after that. And of course, Secretary Driscoll was like, well, that's not acceptable. You know, this is not what I pay you all to do for me. And so how can we address this? So that's reason one. Reason two, quality of life. You know, so our barracks, our family homes, whether they're, you know, no matter if they're privatized or if they're Army owned, they also need some love and care. You know, many of our barracks, you know, they all hail back to the Vietnam War area, right? They're called VOLAR barracks, which stands for Volunteer Army, which came into effect right after the Vietnam War and after the draft ended. So we started building VOLAR barracks. And for the most part, those are barracks that we still operate out of today. But then, you know, you think to yourself, you know, most of us have children that have gone to college, and you see where your children live and what they do, and you think to yourself, well, you know, the universities do this. How can they not be able to do this? And so improving quality of life was reason number two. Reason number three, and this actually comes all the way down from the very top with the new administration and President Trump. They really, really, as much as possible, want to drive new construction. Our new construction costs a lot. So let's bring it back to item number two with the barracks. On average, the Army pays per soldier to live in a shared room with another soldier about $400,000 to $600,000 per soldier for a new construction. And I can see some of you, right? You know, and you think to yourself, like I think to myself, I'm like, well, you know, that's as much as I paid for my house, right? You know, how can we, a shared room, right? This is a half a room. They're slightly bigger than what your kids live in college, but how can they share a room at that cost? And so the new construction is just, you know, become prohibitively expensive, right? So what are we going to do about this? So the Secretary charged us with that, and one of the things that came out of that is this initiative that you can see that AMC is pushing. You know, how can we change our acquisition? How can we do non-FAR-based acquisition? How can we try and get out from underneath the kind of crushing bureaucracy, I would say, that comes with, some types of our acquisitions? How can we get away from, just thinking of things the way that we typically have? And so then the other question is, how can we put these out in a way that will draw more competition? And the way that you draw more competition is typically you make it a bigger prize at the end, right? And so that's the other thing that we're hoping to do here with what we call an JBLM Joint Base Lewis McChord and the FORGE project, which you might remember, but I can't remember what FORGE stands for anymore. We had an acronym at one point, which is why it's called FORGE. But the acronym has been lost to time. And this is only a 8-month-old effort, I think. So shows you how quickly people are moving. But the administration, to go back to the third point, the administration really, really, really wants to drive new construction. And so how can we look at technologies that enable new construction at a lower cost? How can we look at industrial construction? How can we look at modular construction? Tonight I fly out and I go to Fort Bliss, one of the projects that you see up there on the board. And tomorrow we're going to hit the button and we're going to start 3D printing 10 training barracks out at Fort Bliss. And we partnered with a company that does 3D printing on a large scale. And we're going to 3D print 10 barracks out there at Fort Bliss. And Colonel Penaluna and his crowd, they have already figured out, after we did this initial pilot project, how to do essentially the same thing but cheaper. And so how can we use technology to drive costs down? So I think, I don't know how long I've talked, but I'm going to stop there and I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Penaluna to talk a little bit about how AMC took these kind of mandates and are putting them into action.
You're off. Yeah, I think we're good. All right. So I recently came to PCS at AMC this last summer, and had an opportunity to talk to General Mohan, Commander AMC, pretty quick, and he expressed to me that he wanted to get after some of these pilots. Forge, I never heard about Forge before, but Forge was coming down, and there was a few other projects regarding 3D printing that he wanted to take on. And so we kind of laid out what the project scopes were. I was like, okay, we can do this. We just need more manpower. We need more manpower. We're going to need to build up an office to get after this. It's going to be a pretty heavy lift. We've done projects before. And right away, he expressed to me that is not the intent. The intent is to demonstrate very, very lean ability to execute. And so the three, standard pillars or legs to the stool for construction, schedule, quality, and cost. Or he's like, hey, well, we're going to try to do this without increasing our government workforce, because right now we're on a hiring freeze by and large. And we all know that we spend quite a bit in overhead costs using traditional methods, namely Corps of Engineers. They have a high cost to do that. And the schedules are very, very long. Usually it's design, bid build. We'll do a year of design, then we put it out to solicit that, then we will do a year of construction, and that's after it's been multiple years of programming. So we can see, and then of course construction could take up to 5 years usually. That is a problem. Is if we look at that and go, wow, it's going to take us 7 to 10 years from programming to completion of a project. It doesn't meet the timeliness, the operational need of the Army. So how do we do this better? How do we do it faster? How do we do it cheaper? And I would argue that the quality, it's an important thing, but it's kind of a steady thing. Everybody's hiring the same types of companies to do construction. As long as we have some kind of quality, assurance plan, we can maintain the quality. But where we really need help is in the cost and the schedule component of this. What can we do faster? How can we do it at less cost? So part of that is okay, we have all these funds. We have this pilot that's been handed to me, Forge. Forge is a collection of small very different projects that get after the operational needs specifically of First Corps and sort of USERPAC mission priorities. And there's no uniformity at those at all. There we have a barracks. We're going to do repair by replacement. We've got some other a generator replacement on a CDC. We've got a skiff we're doing for a headquarters. Very, very different, right? So how do we get these together? And so what ultimately came to fruition is we decided that the best thing to do is leverage a new type of contract to bundle these all together and bundle them and get after them holistically and use, rather than doing design bid build, which is a multi-year process, because we have the funds right now, and it's RM funds, it's 1-year funds. How do we do it quicker? We decided to go with a design build process and incorporate roll the design up into the construction contract. But we don't have, the problem is, okay, who's going to manage this effort? Well, AMC, we did not have the manpower to do this. We don't have the manpower, the DPW, to manage this $250 million effort altogether. So it comes into another one of our pillars here. We have the 4 pillars we're trying to look at where we can improve. It's not a singular issue. It's a multifaceted issue. So the manpower is the one I kind of want to talk to for project management, construction management. On the commercial side, what's happening a lot we're seeing is that companies are not managing their own projects. They're pushing that into AE firms to do part of that construction management cradle to grave. So it's a little bit harder using the FAR and some of the regulations, but nevertheless, we could do that. We saw great success across the street here at AMC with the FBI model. The FBI did this, and that's what General Mohan mentioned to me right at the back, day one. Hey, have you seen the FBI buildings? Talk to the FBI and find out how they did this. Well, the FBI did just that. They hired an AE firm to provide construction, project management, oversight. They provided quality assurance on the project, and they did not grow the government workforce by much. So we are working to leverage that same success that the FBI used to get after ours. Not growing our government workforce, but in fact doing it by contract, which, by the way, is scalable. We can grow the contract and we can shrink it based on the scale of the project. So that's one of the big issues. The other one was mentioned, Mr. Dentino mentioned, we're really looking at faster ways to execute construction. 5 years to do a construction is too long. Right? We don't see that in the private sector. Why are we seeing that in the government side, right? So in this case, looking at doing tension fabric, 3D printing, modular types of construction, which we've all used those individually in the past, but perfecting it and growing the capability so that Army can use it more effectively. Especially 3D printing, we have not really pushed the gas on that too far. We're really trying to get and see where we can go with that. We had some great potential successes, especially in remote locations where we have big problems with manpower. Manpower, workforce is one of the biggest drivers of cost within construction, within the Army. Trying to find qualified workers who are willing to work on our bases when we are competing against the commercial. I mean, data centers are out there. You know, they're paying top dollar to build data centers, top dollar for oil fields, top dollar for housing, depending on the economy where we are, right? We have to compete against the private sector. How do we do that better? And frankly, it's hard. So if we can do construction methodologies that use less labor and more automation, we are in fact saving cost, and we can go faster. So that's one of the things we're looking at. So of the 4 pillars, using different project management techniques and looking at innovation specifically in methodologies of construction that can reduce labor costs are 2 of the big drivers. Beyond that, a lot of it has to do with contracting, a lot of new tools, leveraging old tools to a new way. So I'll turn that over to General Adams to elaborate on. But between those 2, and the last one I have on there is data. We're still exploring how we can use data to better manage it. Right, and that's part of it right now. We don't have a lot of examples right now to elaborate on, but how to manage it altogether. But right now, the big winner, I think, that we're seeing is with the contracting, and General Adams can elaborate on that.
All right, can you guys hear me? Okay, sounds good. Hey, I'm Freddie Adams. I'm the commander of the Mission Installation Contracting Command.
We're headquartered out of Fort Sam Houston, Texas. I think the two panel members, they did a great job of kind of providing some context. What I'm going to talk about a little bit is how we're revolutionizing the process to deliver results faster and more efficiently. And we're using a framework, a flexible framework that, as I look through the crowd, I know some of you are familiar with, but others may not, and that's other transaction authorities. And really my goal is to show you how this results-driven process, it's not just theory, but we've got proven success in using this model, and it's really shaping how we, within the MIC, are supporting the warfighter. And we see it going into the future as a tool we'll utilize more and more. So I really want to start with an example, and this is a recently awarded contract action out at Fort Polk. It's for our rotational unit ability in bivouac area. We call it Project Ruba. And this was an OTA, approximately $200 million. And really the most stunning result from this project is we were able to reduce the entire procurement cycle from receiving the requirement to the final award, and it was executed in 29 days. That's unprecedented from a contracting perspective. Just to put that into perspective, our standard FAR-based models can take anywhere from 183 to 299 days. So by using the OTA, we were able to go 90% faster, and we were able to collapse the process from approximately 10 months to less than 1. But this just wasn't about speed. It was also about efficiency. So the project achieved approximately $200 per square foot cost saving, and that's compared to our previous tools. So tremendous savings by going to this model. So how do we achieve this? Well, it really came down to changing our mindset and truly embracing a collaborative approach. So instead of handing out rigid requirements, we engage real-time in cooperative deliberations with our industry partners. We discuss some of the technical needs, the budget constraints, and we adjusted the scope in real time to get a fair price and best value for our government. And because we streamlined this process, our industry partners, they were able to prepare and deliver a proposal in just 5 days. As a point of reference, the normal procurement process takes about 30 to 60 days to get a proposal in. And how we were able to do this is through flexibility and trust with our partner. The entire team, from the government and the industry side, we remain flexible in terms of the time, the terms, and the constraints. And this was possible because we had built that relationship based on trust and a shared focus on mission accomplishment. Now, mission first was really one of our guiding principles. Always focus on the warfighter needs, right? So we were willing to move beyond our normal process to establish agreements and to prioritize mission readiness above all else. So what did we learn during this process? Well, we learned a lot of valuable lessons. And we're already applying these to some of our future projects. First, we learned we have to negotiate early. The terms and conditions we must discuss at the very beginning of the process, even during our industry days. And what we've learned is this helps avoid further delays. Second, we have to be specific. So all the technical requirements, they're critical, and we have to specify what we, the government, needs. For example, if a project includes utilities, we have to specify the things that are excluded, like natural gas. We learned these over time the hard way. But this avoids ambiguity and ensures everyone's on the same page. And lastly, and this is critical, we learned that we can never sacrifice the integrity of the process for speed. There's a lot of pressure to go fast, but we have to do it in a way that will withstand scrutiny, right? So even in a flexible environment, we have to ensure fairness in evaluating the technical proposal separate from the pricing.
So everything we do must be ready, and we can prove that we can go fast and do things the correct way and efficiently. So those are some of the things from a contracting perspective. We've got a pipeline of other OTAs that are going to be in the works, so stay tuned, and we're ready to work with our industry partners.
Can I? Obviously, I cannot. So I just want to foot stomp a couple things that you've heard. So I mentioned, right, I'm flying out to El Paso tonight. We're going to start the printing on our 3D barracks tomorrow. So General Adams talked about the Ruba out at Fort Polk, right? The Ruba is our second iteration of 3D printing barracks. And so already in the second iteration, we're saving, you know, we awarded it in less than 30 days, and we're going to save $200 per square foot. The first iteration of that is from start to finish is going to take less than 1 year. So we actually awarded the Fort Bliss project, I think it was about October, November timeframe. I think it was late November when we awarded it. The slabs are in, right? The foundations are in. The site work is in. We're going to start the printing tomorrow. And we will have soldiers ready to occupy those in July. So we will have awarded in, you know, the late fall, early winter, and we will have soldiers in before the end of summer. That is, you know, so our typical, as has been pointed out, acquisition, right? We take a year just to do the design. You know, so one of the things though that this requires us to do is to be a little more flexible, to standardize more. You know, the beauty of the 3D printing lies in the replication of it. You know, the machine, you got to program the machine and it has to do its thing. And so the beauty of it, you know, we're going to build 10 individual barracks out at Fort Bliss. And so we've got that replication, and then almost the exact same design is being built out at Fort Polk. The limitations, though, you have to work around the limitations of these things. The limitation right now of 3D printing a building is you can only go one story, and so that leaves a lot of things out that we can't do right now. So we're trying to lean into this, but think of the possibilities. It takes about 2 people to run one of these machines once it's up and running. So think expeditionary. This is, I think, where some of the real value of some of this comes in. Instead of having to send over an entire engineer force to build something, you can send over the kit, you can send over a couple soldiers. They don't have to sit there and observe it up close and personal. They could sit in a protected position while this thing is being built. So there's just so many advantages to this. It's one of the reasons we're really pushing hard on that concept. And then, that just has led to a lot of other good conversations with different companies on, other ways that we can do things different and more cheaply. I talked to a company just a couple weeks ago. They show up at your installation. They have a bunch of semi-trailers. They open them up and they build a little mini factory right on site. Raw materials go in one side. Finished kind of modular construction comes out the other side of this. The amount of labor that it takes to do that is, a small fraction of what our typical construction sites require. So think of this in terms of, some austere Army locations that aren't located next to big city hubs, that don't have a lot of skilled labor, that don't have a huge construction industry sitting right outside the gate wanting to help them out. There's just so much opportunity in these things that we're really hoping that we can leverage that the industry is bringing to us. Yeah, questions?
Move back so I don't get any biofeedback. How much of BIM, information modeling, are your general contractors going to use in order to ensure LEED certified construction?
So number one, we don't require LEED certified construction anymore. Brand new policy out of the Secretariat as of about 30 days or so ago. We are moving away from requiring LEED certification in our facilities. So we're still doing a lot of the things that make sense as far as energy efficiency and different assets like that, but we are not requiring the certification anymore.
So I think that's also part of what we're looking at very closely. Right now, we have a very strict and lengthy UFC, Unified Facility criteria that we look at all the projects. But we're finding that a lot of these don't necessarily make sense in the context of where we're building it. So if we're doing 3D printed facilities that are one story in the middle of a training area at Fort Polk, Louisiana, why do we have to do ATFP standards? Progressive collapse, right? Why do we have to have blast-proof windows? It's a training area, right? So it's going through these UFCs and reviewing them case by case as incorporated into the design criteria. Look at the UFCs and seek waivers. We're getting a lot of interest right now from senior Army leadership to waive these very, very costly criteria that just don't pass the smell test at the execution level. That drive cost. Now, maybe it does make sense if I'm building a office building that does, outside the wire in a city where there's a high risk of terrorist threat. Maybe that would be, applicable. But on installations, low threat. So, and that is just one example of myriads of examples where UFCs may not make the most sense of looking at, and kind of touches on the LEED silver. LEED silver used to be a big criteria, but more and more we're finding it that is a cost driver, and it's not necessarily applicable in some cases where we're working. We're still trying to get high quality buildings for sure, and we're using those techniques, but it's not a requirement now. Our biggest concern is speed, and cost where applicable. Any other questions? Comments? All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and we really appreciate the opportunity to share our success, and we look forward to showing more success in the future.